Good evening, unnamed game store customers. I believe what's happening is what you told me would happen, right? This is a very special evening for your place of employment. How are you doing? Thanks for coming. We can actually do a little sync test before the golden minute. No, come on. Give me a sync. But of course. Okay. Climb. Pico. Options. Credit. It looks good. One sec. Okay, hitting you with a delay. This ought to be good. Okay. Just one more test. One more test. You gotta test. I want ultra low latency. Give me ultra low, ultra low. Up, 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 down, up, down, up, down. Sorry. I don't think we need that much delay. Truly, I've never been much of a microsecond delay enjoyer myself. I always find approximately 900 of them to be sufficient. I never need 1,100. Nor have I ever enjoyed echo off of my cell phone. Okay, so I actually was working on my PB for Pico 8. When we were doing it on stream, I was getting like 15 minutes in like 16 strawberries or something. Then I decided to go for every strawberry and spend 50 minutes on it. So if we can beat 50 entire minutes, then we will have some progress. There were a lot of strawberries just like sitting in plain sight using the like ice breaking puzzle. You'll just get little squares that are a little cracked and crusted, and then you can just kind of walk up and break them. And that is something I wasn't really looking out for. In fact, I kind of feel a little bit like this right here is one. Like all squares must die to a degree. Okay, so I bought this Pro Controller under the assumption that it was like the best thing ever, and I've been really enjoying it. But we discovered on stream that like it has these diagonal input things where if you lean while you're using your D-pad, like I just did there, you can get like a diagonal up like input, which I don't know if that's like actually desirable or a fault, because now I see people trashing the D-pad on the Pro Controller all the time, which makes me feel terrible because I love it and I largely bought it for the D-pad. Like it feels good in my hands for sure. Like Robbie mentioned, it feels kind of rough. And after the first stream, I did notice that like after like 5 hours of holding it kind of tightly, my fingers were a little bit sore. So it might not be the friendliest ghost of all, which is kind of a bummer because like I was kind of planning to finish my Pro Controller journey with this, but at the same time, it is fun to buy Pro Controllers, and I kind of thought I shouldn't buy any more after my first two, or my first one started to kind of go bad. But there's so many tempting variants, but my thought was always, there's so many tempting variants, but the best one is the Nintendo one. Well, now I have the Nintendo one, and I'm kind of looking for a new D-pad, so I guess I'm technically happy to be sad. But, I don't know, I still really enjoy using this thing. There we go. Yeah, I think I got all of the strawberries last time after we streamed. But it did take me an hour. Balance is returning. Yeah, covering shifts, I don't know, it never gets easier. Covering shifts always feels kind of junk. Good morning, Noreen. Your laptop? Yeah, computers be like that. I heard January's in retrograde, so all things are... I heard January's in retrograde, so all things collapse. Yeah, this kind of thing right here. I never thought about it as a puzzle. Hello. Working on my Pico 8 PB. I haven't played since last stream, which is 2 weeks ago. I went and got super warmed up for that stream, and we knocked out a seaside, which took all of a minute and 30 seconds or whatever. But this time, we'll see. I'm only, like, super planning on doing the, story stuff. That's the word. I'm only super planning on doing the story stuff. After that, I'll let the devil take the wheel, I suppose. You have the ideal setup. Yeah, so I was gonna say that gives us an extra viewer, I think, sometimes, which is essential when we average out at like 3. But I found out some of my local friends have actually been watching and not chatting, so I need to start luring everybody in. Telling relatable stories without giving away specifically where we live. This section is... Yeah, I like this section. It was hard at first. It just requires really tight timing. Or not even that. It requires a little bit of thinking because you have to like slide. You can't do it too quickly. You have to slide a bit, which is different different for Pico 8. Makes me use a different part of my brain. E. January retrograde. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Yeah, see... Yes, once you have disposable income, you enjoy that life. You enjoy that life. Yeah, I see, I kind of stopped buying Pro Controllers because I thought that they would all just be inferior to the Nintendo one. And the Nintendo one is really good, don't get me wrong. Like, it's definitely my main controller. And there's a lot of other good points. Like, I saw people joking online that, like, this thing just, like, fucking makes you forget that it uses electricity because it holds its charge so well. And it just feels so premium. It feels amazing. And I do find I have great control. But, yeah, I don't actually know if people want this feature or not. This feature we were exploring with, like diagonal inputs or whatever. I don't know if that's actually something that gamers like. Or if it's kind of a fault. Because if it's a fault, then it's a pretty big freaking fault. Like, I've never run into it. I've never even heard reference to diagonal inputs. Or, like, I don't know, diagonal lean. I don't know what you would call it. It's like this leaning diagonal input on the Pro Controller that we discovered just by suffering in Celeste. But, like, Gunvolt and stuff. I mean, I'm still at the point where I'm kind of mashing in that game to some degree. But, I've just been using nothing but the Pro Controller, and I love it. Even going back to Mario Wonder, I feel like I had more control with the Pro Controller. So it's great, but there are so many beautiful Pro Controllers for the Switch specifically that I do miss that life of actually buying all of the pretty Pro Controllers that I see. I have 2. Well, I had 2. One of them kind of retired during Celeste month. I wouldn't buy that brand again, even though it does make a lot of nice ones. Let the fallen angel take the wheel. Put me on the Fuji display. Put me on the Hinamoto display. I'll outpay Nipponichi Software. I am always at war with them. My unshakable Pico 8 confidence has been shaken. There we go. I was like, how do you do? Whoops. Yeah, so for next year, we will see. I was feeling like I wasn't gonna do Celeste month next year, which is funny to be planning beyond a year in advance at this point. Oh my god, 8 minutes? 8 minutes, 17 strawberries. I dare say personal best. I mean, the time is fantastic. 17 strawberries. Oh, I missed one of the strawberries. My big joke is that I left it running. Why did I die so many times? I left it running accidentally after the stream. So that's why it's 43 minutes. It can't quite be a PB. It's only my PB for 17 strawberries, which I've probably never done before. I was getting 13 strawberries before. Speaking of PBs, look at my sick-ass Inkling in her niche. I found out there's a game mode in ranked Splatoon that my very low tier main weapon is actually amazing for, and it feels so good. It feels like I have a new lease on life. I'm appreciated for my craft. All screens Melovania all the time. I'm picturing that gif that people use for hacking of like, I forget what she's from, the girl with like the ahoge and the spiky blue hair, it's kind of short, or choppy blue hair that's kind of short, and like the red shirt. She feels like an Idolmaster character, but I don't think she is. I also don't think she's an Evangelion. I forget what she is, but I feel like I know her. All the displays and the hacking. That's what Melovania fans are like. No! I have to sit you down someday and make you cry because you now have those characters burned into your brain. Once I explain to you how sentimental they are to me, everything will change. It's like there's like something planted that one day I can just destroy inside of your body. Like a Trojan horse of sentimentality. Melovania.net. Yeah. In a world where making little biscuits is our world economy. That's kind of Splatoon core. Although I've been wondering, like, Splatoon is very influenced by, like, elements of counterculture. Like, skater culture was the very first part. Like, punk rock skater culture were the very beginning. And I've seen, like, official things describing it as having counterculture appeal. But I've never seen the mainstream culture that they're countering against in that world. So in my mind, their world revolves around fashion and paintball fights. Like an isekai where a paintball star would go to. A paintball squid. But maybe we really are just seeing one window into the society. Ugh, yeah, don't worry. I took a 2-week break. Let me grab my mountain coffee. My Mount Rainier Celeste coffee. It's got snowflakes and hearts. Oh, it's so cute. Torokeru. I don't know what that verb means, torokeru. Torokeru white mocha. It's so darn cute. It's so seasonal. Ah! Yeah, I will say, this is a rough winter. Not as rough as I was worried it would be, but it definitely helped me love winter. Celeste month did a lot for helping me enjoy winter. I have to be fully honest. So I really don't know if we're going to do it next year or not. We might do year 4. Oh man, look at this place. Feeling adventurous? I don't know. It looks pretty dark in there. More like a nightmare than an adventure. I'll just take a quick peek. Snap a few photos. This place must be ancient. Theo, wait. My Instapix followers are gonna eat this up. There's no way this ends well. That is such a better alternative to I have a bad feeling about this. Because, like, we've all heard the I have a bad feeling about this phrase. It's been said. It's been done. There's no way this ends well. I prefer that. I prefer that one. I always crawl around here, but I don't think to any profit. You sure can crawl, though. Ayy! Profit. Earthblade month! Ah! It is hard to remember that Earthblade is coming out this year. Like, there's just enough coming out this year for me that, like, I mean, I've forgotten that Enna Dream Barbecue is probably coming out this year. Although I'm also kind of putting it in the Silk Song box at this point, like, no pressure. Forget Silk Song, I do not think it's coming out this year, and I don't want to because there's so many other games. Yeah, friggin' Earthblade is just, God, that's all we knew was coming out. But then, like, Tales of Kinsera, Splatoon DLC, there's just so much. names an indie game in DLC, and I'm like, I'm eating too good to even be eating anymore. You like this part? What are your favorite levels, Amber? And how's your replay been going? Yeah, exactly, Noreen. It feels like the whole city is dedicated to the culture unless we are really just looking at it from the view of kids. Because the only adults that we see are the idols and the, like, hip happening, trendy stuff shop owners. So it would make sense that there are other idols doing other things. Like, last night I was thinking about, like, the squid construction workers must surely be a thing. I don't think we've ever seen them. Or I suppose you do sometimes see them. A lot of times jellyfish will be just kind of doing things in the background like that. But, like, there's gotta be, like, so many different kinds of adults in the Splatoon world, but I feel like we only see the ones that influence, like, these kids who play Turf War. Because all the customizable Inklings are, like, 14 or 15, or, like, maybe they're getting a little bit older now, I think. So it's, like, 100% youth-focused, and the only adults we come in contact with are the ones that we come in contact with because we're doing Turf War and buying clothes. So I feel like there are entire other sides to society we don't see, but the issue is that in the first two games we are in, like, the hoppinest, happinest, like, most busy centers of our city, so you would think it wouldn't be overrun by kids. I mean, I don't think that the society is run by kids, but I still feel like we at least should be in some, like, popular alleyway or, like, a park where kids hang out, because even if Splatsville isn't, like, a cultural center of the world, we're still pretty downtown. Like, you'd think there'd be commuters at the least. I don't know. I don't think the world's run by kids, but, like, it's hard to actually picture all of the rest of society we haven't seen. Oh, yeah. The B-sides. That's what we did last year. It was pretty fun, and every single stream was, like, 8 hours long. I've hardly done any B-sides this year. But I've been enjoying the game more than usual. I came in kind of just like, yeah, I really want to do the holiday. I'm not sure if I want to play Celeste. And I was wondering if it was even going to be, because I've been doing a new tiering system in my heart because this is how I spend my time. I was wondering if it was even going to hang on to its A- ranking or go down to B+, because, like, I like this game a lot, but, like, there's a lot of games in the A tier, especially new games recently. But I would say this month did a lot, both to make me really enjoy the holiday and enjoy the game again a lot more. I feel like in a lot of ways I've played too much of it, and it comes from a time where I was a lot less sensitive and, like, tuned into my games. So it's easy to kind of feel numb to it sometimes. I mean, I've played it so many damn times. Whoops. But this year I feel like I'm almost tasting it for the first time in some ways, which is always a great place to be at with anything. But yeah, Earthblade month next year. I imagine Earthblade is more of a summer game, or, like, mushy, muddy spring. What I have been considering is Legends Arceus month. I don't think I can really do that till I'm in America, because I would want to do probably 2 streams a week, because it's a more time-consuming game. But I have really been enjoying Legends Arceus, and I feel like Celeste and Legends Arceus are my favorite winter games, and I feel like that would be a fun thing to, like, do a stream marathon with. Like, not just, like, one, but, like, a whole month marathon. So I'll think about that. I mean, I've only played so much of the damn game, but, I don't know. I'm not going to say Sinnoh holds up perfectly in my heart, but Sinnoh does have a lot of real estate in there. So if it gets a refresh on life, I might be playing this game a lot. I see a Juno. I see a June-tacular. June would be Earthblade month. Fuh! That's delightful. Oh no. Oh no. Are these local? These players? Salary squids, office lady squids, exactly. Salary squids. Yeah, I had a tweet thread about Splatoon yesterday on my private, which is a very zeitgeisty sentence. But yeah, I was just thinking about Splatoon culture and society a lot. It's kind of great. It's kind of great. And it's really, this is a big thing with Splatoon 3, Legends Arceus, I mean, you name it from the last couple of years. I feel like, I mean, I wasn't that familiar with this because I wasn't that big of a Nintendo person, besides, like, being a kid and only having Nintendo consoles. I wasn't that plugged into Nintendo till the Switch era, but I was very shocked to see somebody say that Nintendo used to really kind of mask their Japanese-ness in a lot of ways. Like, they would, kind of shy away from directly Japanese things in a lot of their games to make their games a little bit more universal, I guess. Or was the idea of it would be that. But that has gone out the goddamn window in the Switch era. I mean, geez, like Breath of the Wild is so Japanese. Like Splatoon 3 is the most Japanese by far. Splatoon 1 and 2 were based on two different parts of New York City. And now we have a Southeast Asian city is the best guess we have, but one that is just full of Japanese culture. Like, it is so Japanese. Legends Arceus is so Japanese. Like, it's specifically like rooted in a specifically like interesting part of Japanese history. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, the Sheikah are so much more Japanese than like, oh yeah, so much more like obviously Japanese. There's so many more highly visible elements of specifically Japanese culture in the games. I want to say there's something. Oh yeah, Mario Wonder. Mario Wonder has an ukiyo-e world. Legends Arceus, Splatoon. It feels like there's just so much more Japan in this era, and it's not something I've seen people talk about much. I would like to see more stuff on it. I don't know everything about their relationship with that kind of thing, but it is just wild when I think about how little I can think of that is similar to Legends Arceus, similar to Deep Cut, similar to that kind of thing from before this era. Yeah, it was very secret. It was very secret before Breath of the Wild, but now it's like Ghibli. Yeah, COVID's beaten up New England. We better stop spreading it before I come back. Yeah, this is really the level that gives you faith in Earthblade. Like, I haven't watched. There is a big ol' interview with, like, the whole team, and, I'm sure they talk about their influences there. I have no idea what their influences are for Earthblade, except, like, they probably all like Secret of Mana or whatever, which is pretty nice for me, because I like those games, but I don't play them much, because I'm just not at that, not in the JRPG brain space, usually, but I like the aesthetic a lot. I'm sure they'll be like, we just loved playing Secret of Mana and Chrono Trigger as kids. But aside from that, I don't know what their influences are for adventure games or exploration games, but it seems like they kind of struggle to not put exploration elements in their games. So I'm curious if it's just like a, I wouldn't want to call it like a passing interest because they've made Earthblade, but I'm curious how good Earthblade will be. I'm curious how solid the exploration will be. Because if it's like a real side passion of everybody's, then they might have just been like, obviously if you want to make an exploration game, like look at Chapter 5 of Celeste. Like, obviously if you want to do that. Or maybe it's just like an experiment? I don't really know. I'm home for the holidays. Home, the Twin Cities. Yes. Wait, are you aware of Earthblade separately from Celeste? And if so, how? Yeah, it very, very much is. It is even Celeste 2 in some senses. In my mind. The section is weird because, like, in some ways it's muscle memory for me, but in others, like, I just don't remember things. Like, if I know it, I know it. If I don't, I don't. Yeah, I'd be curious if you're hearing buzz about... Oh, okay, I was wondering. I was wondering if, like, your friends are into Earthblade or anything. Because, I do not see a lot of buzz for Earthblade, but it should, by all accounts, it should be a pretty big game when it comes out. That's okay. All I really knew back then was explore and fantasy and forest. I haven't even done a video since they gave us the real reveal trailer. I will make more. This looks like a job for Ball. Okay. Oh yeah, wait, that was not Ball. Wow. How have you been doing, Juno? What video games have you been playing? What tabletop role-playing experiences have you been immersing yourself in? I myself have been playing. I actually have been doing some tabletop stuff. It's kind of just like, it's what we do for fun in town. And I've been getting pretty into it. Yeah, no way I have like a strawberry counter. What am I even unlocking? It's just like walking around a dream when I play this level. I have like no sense of what's going on. Probably down here. Aha. E. Werewolf. I've heard of the wolf. Theo, there you are. Megalania. Hey. Megalania. Why are you inside a mirror? I'm pretty sure you're the one in the mirror. What happened? Well, I was taking a nonchalant mirror selfie. You know, it's your boy Theo in this ancient temple. NBD. Hashtag blessed. Next thing I know, I wake up lying on the ground. What does it look like over there? How can I find you? It's really dark and weird. Wait, something's coming. I'm feeling a strong inclination to run away. Be careful, okay? Great. Yeah, this is the sequence where apparently there's a blue heart. Although I must have gotten all of that. I must have looked at a guide for this like mere weeks ago, but I already forgot. I think forgetting the names of Hollow Knight places and the location and solutions to Celeste blue heart puzzles are what keep indie games eternally fun. It's that childish sense of wonder. I've been playing Pathfinder. It seems like just like Pepsi D&D. It seems very similar to what I remember from like Wizards of the Coast D&D. Which cat did you get? Was it Binks? Yeah, we're not, what the heck what was the first one even? Madalania? Now we're Megalania. Chat, do you think those red things are supposed to be eyes? There's so many of them, and eyes are about to become such a motif. And they have pupils. Yeah, this is basically the Earthblade Temple. Zoe. Hollow Knight! How's it going? Anything fun? I made a friend in town who really, really loves Hollow Knight. She's like, we should have Hollow Knight night. And I'm like, hell yeah, we should. Get everyone playing that game. Aside from the stream, I've been picking out a file for a while. It like predates grad school, I think. No. Actually, my first game. No. Summer before grad school, I did. I guess it's kind of tricky. I guess I would call it my second run, and it ended with sending Grimm away and getting sealed siblings because I didn't want to beat Nightmare Grimm and I didn't want to beat the Radiance, but I did want to unlock them. So it was like my first Path of Pain, or not Path of Pain, my first White Temple thing, White Castle. My first White Castle. And yeah, I didn't actually do anything exciting, but I unlocked exciting things, which was progress. Then I started a new one to ideally become stronger and do more, but I haven't played that much. White Palace. Yeah, it's been like 11 times playing this level, and I never thought eyes, but now it's like, yeah, those are probably eyes, all things considered. I was just skulking around here trying to find the damn blue heart, which I forgot. So this is all like even more muscle memory to me than usual. Oh. See, I gotta admit, high res, that's very appealing. Hollow Knight do be making me care about graphics. Oh, she's a little lurker. Binks is. I went into this year thinking I was gonna get like a nice gaming PC, but I really don't know anymore. Because now the Switch 2 is really close, and all I really want to play is Doom. So as long as we get the boost up to like PS4 performance, I don't know if I really need to spend that much on a laptop, so it'll be interesting. Oh my god, there has to be. I was looking up just like generally how to make pancakes not stick. So I tried a different way of oiling, and I tried much lower heat because I was like, oh, of course, the pan's too hot. But even at the lowest heat, even when I start cooking it before the heat really sank in, it sticks. Like, what is it? All that I've considered and not tried is putting the pan on top of another pan, which feels really silly, but it might work. Huh. I mean, yeah, I guess you could do that. In this section? Maybe I'll remember it when I see it. I kind of remember going the extra mile to get like a bonus key. Ah, see, Juno, I've thought about that. You're right. I've really thought about that. I really have. I think I'm gonna keep waiting. I think I'm gonna keep waiting and see how the dust settles with the Switch 2 and see where the Steam Deck is in a bit, because I've been close to making the jump with the Steam Deck, but it's a lot of money and it's very big. Like for me, a small is better, so I don't know. I am interested, but it's been a while since I've actually considered it. And I probably need to replace my laptop with a normal laptop this year if I'm not going to do are we boba or are we plastic? Okay, we boba. Although that wasn't very graceful. 1, 2, 3. Ah! That's not even open. I'm dancing with illusions. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Yeah, I think I need to get a new like normie laptop this year, which is unfortunately gonna cost the same as. It's frustrating, right? Because I could spend probably less than a Steam Deck would cost, and add that to my normal laptop price, and just get a gaming PC or get a gaming laptop from what I've heard. So it feels kind of silly. It feels silly to get a Switch 2, a new laptop that doesn't do gaming, and then also a Steam Deck next year, unless the price really comes down on Steam Decks. Because yeah, Steam Deck does have a lot of appeal to me. I feel like the form factor is not quite there for me yet, and I'm not like rushing to do more of like self-installation stuff, because like I've got a handheld emulator and stuff, and even that's annoying to me, having to go through like janky Android menus and go through like folders and directories. Like that to me is just like I don't really enjoy doing that, so I know that that's not a good sign for my prospective Steam Deck ownership. But you're totally right, like it's a very me-coded console. It would be very, very nice. But yeah, at the moment, the thing is, even if I do get a normie laptop upgrade, it can probably still run most of what I want. I mean, my laptop is a super whatever laptop, and it can run like Dolphin. It can run, well, actually, it can't quite run Celeste, so. But I bet my next laptop probably can. But it's frustrating because, like, when this one blue screened for the first time, the guy at the store was like, yeah, Windows PCs just blue screen after 2 years. And it's like, 2 years? Like, I don't know. I had my Windows Surface for like 6 years. Maybe that's wrong, but I guess 4 years is what it was. Arr. It's just a lot of money to spend every 2 years. That's why I got my Pixel, thinking it would last longer, but it's already not looking too good after like sub 3 years. Anime News Network? Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, Forbes, like everybody's reporting on it. Oh. That's so interesting because what I read for pancakes is that you want the pan to not be too hot. But I tried not being hot and it's still stuck. And it sticks so damn quickly that I'm like, is that even the problem? My theory is that it is about not being too hot because I don't have this problem with the other pan, and the thing that makes the Kirby pan different is that it's my smallest pan, the thinnest pan, so it would heat up the fastest. I could try just making it blazingly hot. I sure want it to work, because it makes me cry that it doesn't work. I was looking up this stuff about pancakes, and the person was like, there is no worse feeling than having a beautiful golden brown pancake crumple in your hands. And I'm like, you're right, it is specifically heartbreaking. Especially when it's supposed to have a Kirby face, and the Kirby face is getting peeled off because it's January 2024 and life is fucking miserable. I don't know, life's been alright, but life's been trying really hard to piss me off. I mean, life has pissed me off. We are at the point of being pissed off. So we have a key. I can't believe Side Order got moved up to February. I love Side Order. I love Agent 8 and everything. Oh, it's such a good February game. I was bracing so much for it to be just the heartbreak. I was ready for it to be like May or something, which I also like May a lot. But oh, it is such a good winter game. It is such a good February to me is winter with the warm colors. Like, February is one of my favorite months, even though January is literally one of my absolute least favorite. Just because, like, winter has a lot of charm, and, like, when it's close to ending, it's a lot easier to feel that charm if you've been kind of going through it. I know for most people, like, you're well and done, like, sick of winter by February, but for me, like, there's still enough magic in February for it to be like, I'll just enjoy this a little bit longer before we, oh, now this is getting familiar. I'll just enjoy this a little bit longer before we head off to spring. And all that to say, Side Order, super February core. I'm very glad to have it in February. And I'm glad to have Celeste in January. I mean, we just had the anniversary. Like, it legit came out in January, and I play it every January. It's such a perfect January game. No, I did not. Love Live just giving up. Just throwing in the towel this month. Yeah, what happens is the part of the pan, well, for Kirby, not for my normal pancakes, for Kirby, the part that hits the pan sticks immediately, which makes me feel like I don't even know what I'm dealing with. Feb to June, that's a huge delay. Meh. Ah. Oh my gosh. Yoane is good music. I finished the anime this week and I found a list of all the songs on Spotify. Thank you, Love Live, for that one, by the way. Remember when we didn't have that? And yeah, they're bops. They're really bops. I think there's some good music in there. Aqua really slays with the music for me. Like, my favorite stuff with them is always the music. Like, they have probably my favorite music, but they're my least favorite branch. Hey, I'm a genius investigator. In my mind. Where's Liz? That's an Adventure Time reference. Yeah, just add a spice of Yohane. I don't know if you saw, Noreen, the Love Live Sif 3 mock-up that was like, that's right, we're getting rid of Sif 2 because it's time for Sif 3, and they added like Kaho from Hasuno Sora and Yohane the Parhelion. It's like, we don't need Sif 2, we're gonna have all of the units together for real this time, and they just photoshopped in Kaho and Yohane. Yohane the shadow leader of Aqua. Yumizu in the mirror sounds pretty good too. I don't know the vibe of the game specifically, but I could picture it being a little bit wintry, like early spring, late winter. So I feel that. Oh no, we're going to the symbolism realm. It's going to represent things we're not ready to face. Damn. Oh, these effects are really raw. Oh, right. Yeah, the dev said that this is I forgot. I'm like, who told me this represents self-harm? And the devs were like, me. I mean, I guess there's all kinds of self-harm, but yeah, it never really hit me like this is like part of you hurting yourself. Yeah, that never hit that way before. That is what rogue thoughts feel like. Wow. Ugh. The colors are so good though. Hey, where are we? What did you do to Theo? You think I'm doing this? That's cute. Sweetheart, this is exactly what I warned you about. Don't try to make this my fault. You still don't get it. The mountain gave you this body. But I'm not the only creepy thing living in that messed up head of yours. Don't like what you see? What a surprise. Shut up. I tried to stop you. Look in the mirror. All of this is yours. This temple only magnifies the mountain's power. You're in control here, not me. And the colors are so good though. Like we're in the Kirby arcade. We're in the friggin' World 3. I don't believe you. If you're a part of me, why do you want to hurt me? Have you ever been to therapy before? Poor Megalania, always the victim. All I do is babysit you and you hate me for it. You're unraveling and you know it. If you care so much about protecting me, why didn't you just explain what was going on? Like you would have listened? You never gave me a chance. Please, just help me get out of here. Now you want me to save you? Why are you doing this? Just be on my side here. Please. Stop trying to make me feel like a monster. You really want to know why I won't help? Because you deserve this. Still think you can climb the mountain? Shut up. I don't need your help. I'll do this alone. And then she did. This is really like speed running all of the story stuff. I mean, I guess we did the gondola before, but like this is all like the actual like vibes. I think we're out. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, as with most of the game, it's effective because like it can symbolize whatever you. It's not that it can symbolize whatever you want, but like I don't know, whatever it means to you, you're probably right. It's just like everything represents kind of like general. I don't know, gists, except for like the panic attacks. Those are pretty explicit, but in my mind, I think of it more of self-sabotage. But that may have just been something that the devs lump under the term self-harm, which seems valid enough to me. Having been fighting my own thoughts this week. Just another day in the hood. Ah! Wait, are there strawberries in there? If you're part of me, why don't you give me strawberries? Ah! That was a very gentle escape. 95 strawberries, that feels like a lot. Maybe there'll be some notable accolade about this game. About this file. If you are part of me... I can't just be goofing on the story. I'm not goofing on it, but I am very, very, like, used to it. If you're part of me, then why do you make such a fun bonking sound? Bonk. Ah. Hey, how'd you do that? How'd you break that? You weren't even dashing. Yeah, I'm not the master of these. This was stressful the first time I did it. I mean, you can imagine why, but... Oh, yeah. That's fine. We're not gonna need it on this file. I don't really have any goals. Yeah, once we got in there, I remembered how the blue heart area looked, but I forgot how to get it. Can't you see me? Yeah, this is one of the only songs that I don't listen to on the album. I used to like not click with much of the music at all, but I actually started really enjoying it this month. Maybe because I've been listening to ambient music. I don't know. Lots of developments, but there are like the boss music is always a jam. Reflections, Facing Myself, or Confronting Myself. Those are good. This song though, like fuck this song. Like it's cool if you like it, I guess, but it does not do anything for me besides make my bus ride feel a little bit worse. Huh. Getting comfortable enough to duck this thing. I can go? Oh yeah, it's just teaching me this. This would make me curious about what like a hell world or like a dark area or final level would look like in Earthblade, because they really pulled out no stops with the atmosphere. Like this is really good. This would be good in any game. The third Celeste will be horror. Oh really? No more strawberries? I always forget how good this scene is. If this is all in my head, why is it so hostile? Those things are hunting me. I'm a trespasser in my own world. You know what we did? We got this heart on stream, probably. Theo is trapped somewhere in here because of me. If I give in fully, maybe the temple will let him go. Breathe. This is all coming from inside me. Get up, Megalania. Think of the feather. You can save Theo. That's like the best line in the whole game. Once you've watched the game like 7 times. I saw some concept art of a scene where she does a similar thing for Theo, and they actually use the like leaning out of your character portrait thing, because he's like lost his will to go on for some reason or another, and she has to like yell to like inspire him. And it would have been like one of the most powerful scenes in the whole game, but I guess they cut it, or like it became something else. And motivating herself through this, I think, is very sneaky, one of my favorite parts now. For probably obvious living alone in a foreign country with anxiety reasons. And grad school. And everything. It's just very relatable. It's just a good game. It's a good game. It's like an English... I mean, not that I like the canon of English class texts, but it's got all this, like, vaguely relatable symbolism and explorations and metaphors that, like, you put it on the deep stuff canon and everybody gets something out of it. Except I love it. Unlike, Catcher in the Rye. I don't even know where I'm going. If you are a level mechanic, then why are you hurting me? Arr. Come, come, come. Oh, you know what goes hard that I haven't done in like literally ages? I've not done once this month is throwing Theo. That's good? That's good? That's bad? I hope that's good. For me, this kind of thing helps a lot. Yeah, it's really been the anxiety this winter. TBH. TBH, it has been the anxiety this winter. Arr. Huh. What was I about to talk about? I had a nice little tangent, but I didn't deploy it. I put it back in its Pokeball. That's very good. Good, good, catharsis, catharsis. This is why, like, I kind of need to brush up on the term, but this is why, like, catching Pokemon in the open wild is a solid sense of catharsis. Like, that does not see, like, games journalism, game reviewer, gamer culture, we all use the word catharsis wrong, in my opinion, because I thought catharsis was supposed to be seeing something dark happen and healing, like, through that, like, the feeling that you have to kind of balance and work through in a darker game. I'm pretty sure that's the definition of catharsis, like Majora's Mask versus Ocarina of Time. The catharsis of saving Zelda. Maybe it's all catharsis because it is all like virtual, so to speak, like it's not really happening. But I always thought catharsis was more like seeing something dark happen and feeling better. So like that's why, like, I don't know, because I feel like people aren't really very good generally with that concept generally, I feel like we need to be more careful with that word and apply it more for things that are like explicitly meant to make you feel better versus like just scare you. Like, I don't know. I'm very not well versed in darker media, so I bobble around with my Metroids and my indies. This is there we go. Like, Celeste has always been catharsis to me. But like, is Resident Evil catharsis, or like, I think there's two ways to go. It's like, I mean, no shade to Resident Evil. I don't know anything about it except for what YouTubers tell me. But like, is Resident Evil catharsis, or is it just scary? And then like, is Ocarina of Time catharsis, or does it just feel good? It's just like, I don't know. Okay, stop. Shut up. I completely forgot. Oh, I gotta be more aware of that. Releasing and therefore preventing relief from. I guess that's far more acute than I was imagining. There's no reference to what causes it. Okay, but that's such a vibe though. Empty Midwest game store. Like, that is my perfect audience. Yeah, I guess I'm ready to just go on to the Theo trucking, if I'm able to now. I've done a lot of wandering around this level in recent years. I feel like we did a lot of it last year. I feel like you probably did the B-side last year. In my mind, we did the B-side. Did we do the B-side last year? Well, yes and no. Yes, I want to do the B-side. No, we did not do the B-side last year. I didn't realize you could do that without dashing at all. I generally dash. It's like either you dash and plan yourself really well, or you just kind of vibe. Can you go? For anyone seeking employment in a liminal space, Melovania dash jobs. Okay, this is a good tease. I made my first ever NDA. I had my first ever person sign a non-disclosure agreement for Melovania recently. I will not say any more. I love being secretive when I can. The Melovania legal file now exists, and there is a singular NDA. I think it's like, if catharsis really is just getting a good feeling out of your bad feelings, then I don't think it's really like a word that needs to be like, I guess, managed quite so closely. But there's certainly deeper kinds of catharsis that can come from seeing dark stuff. I just always thought that catharsis was seeing something bad and feeling good. Like that, maybe that's just because people mostly use the term to talk about like Majora's Mask games. But yeah, because no, positive games can be healing. Like, I would be a coward in 3 miles if I didn't say that, because hit the Donkey Kong every day of my life. But I don't know. I always thought that like experiencing dark things to feel better had its own word, which I think is like a good distinction as someone who doesn't really like enjoy the feeling of being scared, but really enjoys dark media that makes you feel better. Like feeling better without enjoying the feeling of being scared. I don't know, maybe it's not all that complicated. I've had these long rants about like dark stuff that I don't understand on these channels before, and I always feel silly 2 years later, so. Yeah, we are now at the point where if I were to actually accidentally leak my Melovania folder to y'all, I would actually be so sad. Like, there are actually so many surprises that I'm planning. Theo, I found you! Way to go, Madeline! I knew you'd make it. It wasn't easy. All those monsters, are those monsters really coming from inside me? Megalania, that is a valid question. I'll be happy to discuss how the monsters relate to your inner self. But right now, my inner self is real sick of being stuck in this crystal. I forgot you can do the conversation where you talk to him outside those crystals. I forget how to get there. Like Madoka Magica. What specifically is like Madoka Magica? I'm not sure. Does Madoka make you feel bad not to make you feel better? That does feel kind of like that, but that also feels like nihilism. But right now, my inner self is real sick of being stuck in this crystal. Oh, alright. Don't worry, I'll break you out. The first canonical instance of Theo seeing the super dash. This crystal is like an expression of my negative psychic energy, or whatever. Yeah, but how do we break it? If I knew why I trapped myself in this thing, maybe I could bust out. But I don't. And I don't think I can get to the bottom of it while we're stuck in this nightmare dimension. I hate to say it, but you might have to... Theo, don't even think about that! I am not leaving you behind. Hell no, you better not leave me behind in this place. I was gonna say you might have to carry me. Oh. Yeah, I can do that. That's another really good line. Can't I... Yeah. This is fun. This is a super fun mechanic. Good evening, gamers. We're talking about catharsis, and maybe something more specific. That's good. Oh, I'm so happy. I feel like people don't really agree all the time. Oh, wow. Hey, I'm a gamer. Wait, that's hard. Wait, that's so hard. I guess I wasn't doing extra work for that. I really do have to do dashing. I think Magical Girl fans, for one reason or another, aren't always the happiest with Madoka, whether it's the messaging or just the popularity and its impact. But I know it means a lot to a lot of people. And I've been kind of waiting to get back into it for a while. It's been over 10 years since I watched that. Holy crap. Yeep. We're getting to the point where high school, the 10-year anniversary of all of my high school things are happening year after year. And that is, every year is a big, wow. 10 years of Smash 4 pretty soon. Nuh-uh. 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 Hello? Excuse me. Arrgh! Yeah. Everyone's a mod. Hello, empty game store. Empty non-specific game store. Doi. Huh. Crouching is better than you would think for this. They don't teach you that in therapy. Wait, how do I... I can't really tell if that strawberry's open or not. Is it open? Oh, there he is. Oh! Yeah, I am not the best. I got the experience, but I don't have the confidence with this. What up, Robbie? Robbie, what have you been playing lately, besides Pikmin? Oh, you're playing Devil May Cry. I almost messaged you about that. Have you played other DMC games? I saw you playing a DMC game on, like, Switch Activity or whatever. I've been, like, passingly curious about DMC for a few years. Arrgh! Take my Theo. Take my everything. Hashtag what? Here we go. We don't need Theo. We don't need Theo. Oh, Chris. Have you ever played a DMC game, or is this your first one? That is my big question. I'm very curious if I can talk to you about DMC things. Otherwise, we can talk about starting it together. My, like, 2025 playlist is Silksong, DMC, Crowsworn, and Doom. And I think you can tell what color I think 2025 will be. Oh, wow. Oh, it's so exciting. Oh, I want to know what you think about it. I really do. I don't know why, I'm very curious about it. And now I play hero action games, such as the Gunvolt Kirin sequel. I saw that on the back of the Gunvolt box, and I was like, heroic action? Ah, new genre unlocked that I enjoy. I've never clicked with a Warriors game, to be fully honest, except for, like, in concept with Hyrule Warriors. And in fan service with seeing new models of Lucina and Tharja, I guess, and Fire Emblem Warriors. Just that part of my fan brain that's, like, happy to see them again. But I really, really love Gunvolt, so now I feel like the world is opening up to me. I will fight enemies over and over again for a better letter grade. Thank you. No, it isn't. It's really not. It's one of those 3D games that are decidedly outside my wheelhouse, but I started peeking at it just randomly last year, and, like, the seeds just kind of growing there. Hey Vanessa. Wow, this is the full house. It's bopping. Yeah, it is extremely, yeah, it's definitely, like, it looks very, very far away from my interests, but there are a lot of through lines, I think, that keep me kind of interested in it. Or how do I say that? There are a lot of, like, weird connections, sneaky connections that make me feel like I could take that step. But I'm not, like, rushing, because there's other steps I could take that would make it even more fun when I do get there. But, yeah. I've been doing this for a while. I don't want to give up. Momodora Triple Deluxe. That's actually kind of, funny story about those two games. Those were kind of what I was playing 5 years ago during my famous gamer purge, where I was like, I'm gonna stop playing video games. I've probably told this story before, but I was going to, like, Marie Kondo my games. I was just looking at them and I'm like, which one sparked joy? That's kind of a throwback now. And only Triple Deluxe sparked joy, famously. I looked at all of my 3DS games I brought to college, and only Triple Deluxe sparked joy, which was really funny because like I didn't give a crap about Triple Deluxe back then, and now it's one of my absolute favorite games. But I also played through Momodora, and Momodora gave me the sense back then that I was like, huh. Maybe I could play games. Maybe I would really enjoy like 2D action games. That sucked right there. Maybe I'd really enjoy 2D action games and like Metroidvanias because like I enjoyed Smash so much. And how right was I? It was just an inkling back then. But Triple Deluxe and the Reverend of the Moonlight really foreshadowed what was going to happen, which is like a complete 180 for the record of my gaming tastes. Those two were really big in it. And Planet Robobot and Celeste were some of the only games I actually played in that interim, which meant nothing to me back then, but mean the world to me now. Fuck. I need to work on my donuts. Please. Oh my god. I'm taking my Figo. I'm not that good at jumping on you. Right, I mean, it's like, it feels like a jump, and then you think about my most played genre is side-scrolling action. Like Doi in my brainwaves got crossed. I mean, I've always enjoyed Smash. I've always clicked deeply with it. Shit. My only 2D games back then were like Kirby, like flagship games and Smash. So like no shade to Kirby, obviously I like Kirby, but I need to hit this. What? Obviously I like Kirby a lot, but you know, I kind of get why Kirby didn't immediately cause the transformation. Like you know, Smash's action is a lot more engaging than Kirby's. Kirby's is satisfying, but Smash's is a lot more engaging. It's funny how, like, I think if I actually I mean, these Mega Man games I'm playing in GBA are really hard, but if I did play one of them, I'm like, how would my life change? Because, like, do I like 2D action because of Smash, or do I like Smash because I've always enjoyed 2D action? I don't have the answer to that because, like, I only played Smash back then. But, like, I knew I was done with Smash for the most part, and JRPGs just were not smoking joy anymore, sparking joy anymore. And, I was like, well, I feel like I would have a lot of feelings about, I was, like, sensing I had a lot of feelings about Momodora, and I'm like, I guess I could play more of these. That's pretty cool. I played some Kirby Amazing Mirror. Lisa, like, really pushed me to play Kirby Amazing Mirror, and I was like, huh, thanks for that. I do enjoy this hobby. And now here we are. It's been a long 5 years. Ah, bugger off. Smoking joy. That's what you want them to be doing. What is unit? If I saw the full name, I would know it. Oh, Bayonetta 1 and 2. Oh, wow. Do you accept those as Robbie Core? Oh my god, Dante Warframe. that's the customer tease right there. How are you doing, Vanessa? You in the chat? What have you been playing lately? Me shaking everyone down for their video game feelings as like entry fees. You know, yeah, there are definitely some bridges to cross before DMC like makes perfect sense, but I've wanted to try it. Oh, Under Night, yeah. Yes, of course Bayonetta's Robbie Core then. Oh wait, this is hard. This is one of those like machine puzzles. Arrgh! Where it's like a big contraption. The beginning, the B-side of level 1 is also a big scary machine. The Ass Thrasher. Oh, I could throw and then dash before... There we go. That's probably the easiest way to do it, even though it's like super quick. We have to be close, I can feel it. I actually own one Platinum Games game. I own Astral Chain, which I need to get working on, because that game was really, really good for helping me get into like the whole like cyber futuristic aesthetic, and there's so much that I love about the prototype character, But you know what I don't like? Is the police booty shorts. Like, having police stamped on my ass is the least sexy feeling in the world. I really like a lot about that game, but the issue is, like, the Megavolt games are starting to, like, steal its thunder really big, even though, like, I enjoy the 3D immersion. Oh no. Oh, we're at the end. Yeah, it definitely, like, got the ball rolling with making me enjoy, like, future games, like, really, really, really did, but I've hardly played anything, and it's getting harder to play because, like, fuck the police, and just, like, so, like, I really hope I can get a good experience out of it before, like, I have better future games and better platinum games and, like, 3D action games, because I really want to enjoy its vibes, and I really want to play some more 3D action, but, like, there's no getting around the fact that you're, like, a future cop. I mean, you're, like, a detective or whatever. It's please just separate the genre from cops. Like, God. Hey, is this Kirby 64? Give me a pro tag that looks absolutely haggard. Literally, like, there's no point. People are like, I'm gonna make a futuristic game. You're a detective. Also, you are a cop. Like, come on, just make me Professor Layton. I feel like I don't know the Gunvolt lore enough to be, like, properly upset about this, but the third game, the first two games of the Gunvolt trilogy that they have right now set up this megacorp that, like, runs the government. It's just, like, completely Japan dominating megacorporation, and it's villainous. Like, there's villainous parts of it, like, for the whole first two games. Like, it's explicitly what you're fighting. And then in the third game, your protag, or your two protags, they're not from this organization, but they're like, this organization screwed up and made Gunvolt a weapon of mass destruction, and he can't control himself. But they offered us office space and the ability to be an official department of their company, so we're now going to spend the whole game working out of them and just pretend that they're kind of goofy innocent instead of an evil megacorp. I haven't even played the other games, but I'm like, that is such a betrayal. That is such a betrayal. That is uncomfortable. Azucena, that sounds uncomfortable. I have never heard a bikini drawing be described as a anatomy drawing. That sounds like a particular kind of uncomfortable. All right, I gotta take a quick break. Hello. Hello. So 3D action games, right? I kind of treat them as like a little novelty, like a little treat, a little quirky. The way that most people treat 2D games, just because my brain is that way. It's definitely tough stuff for me to like actually get into them. Forget what we're doing. Like my Warriors games, God, where even are they? One of my oldest games on this console is Fire Emblem Warriors. I've actually played that one a little bit. Have I? Yes. Okay. I played like 7 hours of that and like 4 hours of Hyrule Warriors, which is nothing for those games. They just give me a huge headache. Like I can't even make sense of them. I can't make heads or tails of them. But I think something about Devil May Cry's like level structure. I mean, it's basically a 3D gunvolt game in my opinion. If it's like level based and score chasing and highly choreographed, that sort of thing is appealing to me. Just for like dabbling more and stuff, because like I enjoy like probably my favorite 3D games are Splatoon is big and I really enjoy it, Kirby Forgotten Land, and Pikmin 4 is like super fun, and Zelda is very, very good. Skyward Sword, I love that game. So like Skyward Sword, the peak of 3D action in Zelda. But no, I love all of the 3D games mostly. And yeah, I think for me, like I want to keep dabbling. Like I don't have a lot of passion, but I want to keep dabbling and expanding my tastes in them. And I want to play Kingdom Hearts someday. It's gonna take a while to get there, but I would love like 2026 Kingdom Hearts phase. Like that's how I want to spend my late 20s. Like legitimately really getting into Kingdom Hearts. The weirdest build up to the scene ever. Theo, you're awake. Peak gaming. Hey, I can't say that I'm wrong. Am I? I'm skeptical. I had a messed up nightmare. Yeah, about that. Wait. Oh, yep. It's all coming back to me. That actually happened. Thanks for getting us out of there. I'm glad we were in it together. I don't know if I could have done it alone. How long was I out for? It must have been a few hours. Man, what a ride. Tell me about it. Are you okay? I mean, aside from the existential crisis? Yeah, I'm fine. Clearly this isn't a normal mountain. What's really going on here? I should have told you sooner. Back at the old ruins, part of me escaped from a mirror. A part I'm not very proud of. I swear I dreamt it. You think the mountain made her real? Yeah, she's been haunting me this whole time. She lashed out at Mr. Oshido. I think she was the reason the gondola stalled out. And she was in there, in the temple, shit-talking me. Why didn't you say something? I wouldn't have gone into that temple if I knew the mountain was capable of that. I tried to stop you. You could have mentioned that your demon doppelganger was on the loose. Come on, Theo. You know how crazy this sounds. I didn't even believe myself. Okay. I understand. Next time, just talk to me, though. I promise I'll believe you. Okay. Why is it so easy for you to trust me? Seriously, you barely know me. Honestly, you remind me of my sister. This is something... This has been such a part of my 20s as I get older. There's so many people where I'll be like my dad told me that, like, the sign of being middle-aged is that everybody reminds you of somebody else. You stop meeting new people. But my big thing is I keep meeting people who remind me of my sister, and it's like, well, we're done. now we're already close. That's adorable. What is she like? Oh, you'd love her. Actually, you might not get along at first, but you'd eventually love her. She's a literal rock star. She's a musician? That's so cool. Okay, so she's not literally a literal rock star. She's just, like, amazing at everything. She's studying to be a civil rights lawyer. Wow. How do I remind you of her? You both live so deep inside your own heads. Oh. Alex has this amazing internal compass. It's obvious she'll get where she needs to be. I can see that in you, too. I wish I could say the same for myself. Who do you think built the temple? It looks like ancient... What's that? It must predate everything else on the mountain. The resort, the ruins, the city. There's a lot of history here. Yeah, this mountain has meant so many things to so many people. I'm starting to understand why that crazy old lady lives here. Are you? I'm not. You ran into her too? What's her deal? I think she's just a mean person. But she does seem pretty content living out here. Thank you, Theo, for believing in me back there. Believing in you was the easy part. I wish I could have helped. I was pretty useless, stuck in that thing. You actually helped a lot. Honestly, I couldn't have made it without your support. Your sister sounds pretty cool. I remind you of her? Are you kidding me? You're the one who's dead set on climbing this mountain. You don't even know why. That's classic Alex. I'm just teasing you. Why are you cleaning the mountain anyway? Cleaning? You're right, I don't even know why. I just had to get out of my head. I'm stuck in a cycle. You're preaching to the choir. I've had many a soul-destroying day job. Work is fine, actually. I'm going crazy. I can't stop thinking about dumb crap that doesn't matter. My brain fixates on these stupid things that happened forever ago. I should be over them. None of it even matters. I'm good at keeping up appearances, but the truth is I'm barely holding it together. I'm sorry. That's pretty rough stuff. Can I help? You're already helping. It feels good to say it out loud. You don't talk to anyone about it? No, not really. My mom knows I get depressed, and I have panic attacks. That's about it. No wonder you feel trapped. How do you cope with anything? I drink, and I get mad at people on the internet. That's such a gem. We don't even deserve that. What'd they do on the phone? Pre-order Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 with the new Zombies expansion pack? Noreen, what is the Nudibranch reference to? My favorite postcard, you can't outrun your reflection. Robbie, we are gonna play Kingdom Hearts someday. I have the like memory of 1998 kids of playing Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days with Roxas and Xeon that Amber and Liz both have. And I have it backlogged, but it's not really calling me back gameplay wise, like only story wise is it calling me back. But I would love to get into Kingdom Hearts. I've learned so much about it. I've just invested so much in it from my friends. Yeah. That means she must be over 21. No, these characters are like, I don't know. I guess the older I get, the older they get. But no, I've always seen them as like, probably not 40, probably not 20. That's kind of how I feel about their ages. And now I'm getting further through that era, and I haven't changed how I feel. They were an accurate prediction of how I would feel as I get a little bit older. A lot of cherry Coke. Yeah. This is the time of year where I usually listen to Cocteau Twins. What about you? What brought you to the mountain? I'm just kind of bumming around. As usual. I started this new job in Seattle. I thought I finally knew what I was supposed to be doing with my life. But I hated it. So I quit after a week and hopped a bus to Canada. Into the wild. I just felt this urge to get lost in the middle of nowhere. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I realize how flaky it is. It just sounds like you're under a lot of pressure. Not really. Everyone is so patient with me. Though I guess I am putting a lot of pressure on myself. People always think I'm comparing myself to Alex, but I swear that isn't the problem. I'm just worried that I'll never figure out where I'm going. You said you wanted to feel lost. Maybe you should just embrace that. That's kind of wise. I like that. It would be fun to explore that idea more. In a sequel. No, if they did Celeste 2, I actually think I would want it to be a prequel. I can't really picture anything for a sequel. Except for playing as Theo and everything's green. I only know Fiona and Cake from their intro sequence. I reckon that they're somewhat similar from my impression of her. Hold my loyalty in a death race. Did you really? Ah! No, I'm keyed into you. Don't doubt me. I'm not the most cultured in a lot of these gothy things, but I'm cultured. Yeah, I actually, I have a relationship with Heaven or Las Vegas. Someone else made a Cherry Coke reference, and I'm like, why did you specify Cherry Coke? Are you looking for someone else who knows the song? And I didn't even think you were making a reference, but when I see Cherry Coke, there's only one thing I think of. I don't know what else I would think of. Would you mind telling me what depression feels like? It sucks. Yeah, but like, what does it feel like? Alex struggles with it too, and I really want to understand. We can talk about something else if you want. It's like I'm at the bottom of the ocean. I can't see anything in any direction. It's claustrophobic, yet I feel exposed. I remember feeling normal, but now it just feels out of reach no matter what I try. Then again, I was probably always messed up. It just took something hurtful to bring it out. There must be something wrong with me. Whatever happened, I'm sure it's not your fault. I guess I thought that I could, I don't know. I'm just floating in this abyss, swimming in a random direction, hoping that I find something. That's really why I'm here. But I can't escape myself. I'm literally fighting myself the entire way. Maybe this is all pointless. Megalania, you just saved my life. That's not pointless. Yeah. Unconvinced? Look, you're a good person. You're a little intense, but you're a good person. I think you're just trying to push out of that rut you're stuck in. And that's totally legit reason to climb the mountain. Maybe. That's helpful. This part of you that's haunting you, maybe she comes with the territory. So you think I'm stuck with her forever? Well, she's stuck with you too. That's not helpful. A customer. Oh. Yeah, God, I was listening to the song heaven or Las Vegas. The first time I ever made a connection with them was 2020, and it was 4 years ago, and I was listening to that song and just piecing out, because I always listen to shoegaze this time of year, and I was just blissing out, and I was having so much fun. I just met Liz, and we had like a social group on campus and stuff, and because I transferred, it was my first time ever having like a social life on campus, and I kept hearing that song in my head, and I was thinking, I'm like, is this heaven or Las Vegas? Like, am I about to like get cashed out and sent home drunk, or am I like, is my luck about to run out? Or am I just like, are things just going to be good from now on? And then we got sent home for COVID, so it was Las Vegas. It was heartbreaking, but it's always stuck with me. I was like, this is either heaven or Las Vegas, obviously. I wonder which it is. It was Las Vegas. But it's not quite so simple. The next year I actually listened to that album a lot, and it was chill. It was peaceful. So you want to destroy this part of you? Won't that hurt you too? Theo, king of mental health. If it don't, she's just gonna keep bullying me. She said she's protecting me, but that is obviously not true. Maybe she thinks she is. She could be some kind of twisted defense mechanism. What if he becomes a therapist? Someone's becoming a therapist in this game. Honestly, who cares? She has so much control over me. I hate it. Maybe you can learn to control her instead. He's not a therapist, he's just a war tactician. He's a manipulator. The feather helps a lot. Thanks for teaching me that. Just one of my grandpa's many nuggets of wisdom. Are you close to your grandpa? Oh, speaking of heaven or Las Vegas, the same fucking thing's happening right now in my life. I've been trying not to like be too personal on here and stuff, but I've been really, really enjoying my life hanging out with everybody who could possibly be in this chat. But there's a pretty, for me, for my standards, there's a pretty fun life hanging out with the other people on this program in the city. And it's really, really nice to have stuff to do every weekend. And like, bam, just like that. It's like, yeah, I might have to leave early. Literally, like, I got this feeling, I'm like, this reminds me so much of when I had friends on campus and then had to leave. And now I'm literally just like waiting on emails whether or not I have to leave the program early. That's why I'm thinking of Las Vegas. It's okay. That's just how it is. All I can do is stay positive and live a meaningful life, because that's what he would want. I'm so sorry, Theo. Thanks. What else did you learn from your grandpa? So much stuff. Actually, he was the one who told me about Celeste Mountain. He always said that this place changed his life. After I quit my job in Seattle, I realized how close I was to it. I felt like he was telling me to come here. That's how I felt about my college from my dad's party stories, and I did go. Grandpa said that the mountain was special. Do you think he went through the temple like us? Do you think he understood the power of the mountain? Find out in Celeste too. He never talked about what happened in there. I doubt your grandpa was as messed up as me. His experience was probably less violent. He found the mountain before I was born. I don't know what he was like before that. I wonder what he learned about himself here. Why not just take a vacation instead of all this? What do you mean? Dude, you needed a change, so you chose to climb a mountain. Why not do something relaxing? Go to Hawaii, or like, take a bath. Taking a bath is actually sneaky good. I guess I felt like I needed to accomplish something. Sounds like you have enough on your plate already. I guess it is kind of extreme, but that's how I am. I need something to challenge me. And I can't just do something a little bit. It's all of me or nothing. You know what? I want to remember this night. Let's take a selfie. I thought you'd never ask. Is there one normal selfie? It is, because there's the gondola one, and then there's the one where she just came out of a dream. That's their one normal selfie. That's the resolution of an arc. I mean, like, versus a shower. It's, I have a bathtub here, for the first time in years, and it's actually so relaxing. It's very different. Celeste using gender neutral, dude. Yes, normalize it with Celeste. Wait a second. You're gonna reach the summit tomorrow. But I'm gonna eat Twinkies. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to put all this behind me. I'll be cheering you on. We should get some sleep. Okay, good night, Theo. Thanks for being cool. What can I say? It comes naturally. Actually, my bathtub is horribly small. But maybe it's the depth that makes it work. I always forget about this. Oh, we're going stick. We're going stick. This is just like that one scene in Pico 8. Oh, that's unfortunate. The Northern Lights are beautiful. Yeah, they are. Where are we? We need to talk. Okay. I finally understand who you are. You're not my true reflection. I'm not? You're everything I need to leave behind. You're cruel, paranoid, controlling. Why would you say that? No, it's okay. I understand now. I don't need you anymore. So you're just abandoning me. I'm setting you free. We'll both be so much happier. You're so stupid. You think you can just leave me behind? You think you can blame everything on me? You think you're above me? Answer me. Calm down, please. Calm down. Breathe, Megalania. Use the feather. Come on, Feather. You're gonna think about a feather to stop me? You're not above me, and you can't climb this mountain. It's time to accept that. Megalania, what's happening? We die. No! Not the chibi of despair. I'm glad your bath has become more accommodating to you. Yeah, I use a bath bomb. No, my bath is really, really small, and it's like it's a little cramped, but just being inside of hot water does so much for your nervous system is my thing. Like, I will compromise, like, the crunch. Like, I will go fetal position, or whatever. Is that what it is? Yeah, the womb one. To be inside of the warm water. It's just so good for me. Castlevania Chibis of Despair. That's a mobile game I would play. God, yeah, I'm very sad about Sif 2, but like, I did need to free up space on my phone. So, it was a very weird feeling though, because like I wanted to play that game, and I never did. Like, I spent a year being like, oh, I'll play that soon. But yeah, I also never saw card art that was good. So, I guess that's just what happens when the game's bad. You don't play it. It doesn't offer much. And nobody likes that. Yeah, the Moon one, I remember it. We were all in wombs, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 93, that's gonna be colder than your blood. I remember that from the womb too. If it's colder than your blood, that's a no-go. Bath Reddit. Pro ZD, after finding the new subreddit for a hobby. Baths that are less than blood temperature are a no-go. You're gonna wanna go into the womb position, and then you can make pretty much any size of bathtub work. please. This is a classic level. I feel like I played it a disproportionate amount in my first couple games. It's kind of specific. Oh, sorry. Go men. Robbie, if we don't play Aria of Sorrow this month, is your friend going to keep recommending it until we do? I've been up for a replay, so I'm like, whenever the book club's ready. We ride. You and I must fight to survive. Now is time to make things right. Which I always heard as ride. Back in my ye old Guitar Hero 3 playing days. Guitar Hero 3 is in my E tier. I haven't talked about that on stream yet. I mentioned before that I've been using a tiering system for favorite games of all time because like numbers are getting hard. And I had this thought, I don't know which part of me created it, but I was like, where would you tier Black Ops 2? Because I was like, just kind of fussing around with my usual A and B tier games, and I'm like, I've done this before. Where would I tier Black Ops 2? And I'm like, oh, well, that would be the J tier. And it sounds so heartless, it sounds so cruel, but when you have hundreds of games, it's like, you just gotta keep expanding. And I think I'm learning something fundamental about like wavelengths of love. I'm like, I can go so low, I can go to such a low vibration frequency wavelength of love and still extract meaning. So I've now meaningfully connected the A tier down to like the F tier, or maybe the G tier. We haven't got to J. I think the thing hanging out the furthest, closest to the void down where Call of Duty lives is Among Us. But like I've filled in like the E tier with like random Pokemon games that didn't stick very strongly with me, like random rhythm games I only played a little bit. The D tier is like Fire Emblem Fates and like RPGs that didn't digest all the way or are losing their appeal. Like there's so much color in the drabness. There's so much diversity in the boring and the like apathy. Yeah, well that's the thing, is you put enough things in there and you can start to feel the titration kind of just happen. Like they kind of settle into different layers. So I kind of just keep listening to it and finding layer after layer after layer. And I've been finding that having like an endlessly expanding tier list is the best thing, because like there is a meaningful improvement of like School Idol Festival in the D tier over Bandery in the E tier, and then Bandery is at a higher frequency than like, I don't even know, Nintendogs in the F tier. Like things that I have like a little bit of love for, just like not a lot. Like the love I have for Call of Duty is such a low frequency, dull vibration that it has its own place, and I'm trying to get down to that love and look at the full frequency, which just looks so insulting to all of these games. But it's like, trust me, this is coming from a place of love. It's coming from a place of extremely dull, slow, numb love, a very trace amount of love. And no malice. I was so close. It's so over. Why won't she leave me alone? I hate her. The way she looked away. But she's part of me. I'll never be able to get rid of her. And she was right. I couldn't climb the mountain. Oh wait, I read that wrong. And she was right. I couldn't climb the mountain. A security flaw? Yeah, my friend is playing Black Ops 2 Zombies, or did like briefly. Hashtag bath hacks. R-bath. When are they gonna come up with Castlevania Aria of Joy? That's me when I'm not sad enough anymore to play all my goth games. Wavelengths of love. Hey, I'm right here. I'll make it. Blops. Yeah, me too. I did Blops 1, MW3, and Blops 2. Oh my gosh! I am such a tween magnet. Like, middle schoolers love me. Middle schoolers find me so fascinating. God, what were we talking about? Rent the musical. I don't think I've seen Rent. But I listened to something called Avenue Q when I was in the car with my gay theater cousin. That's all that I know about relatable musicals involving apartments. Advanced Warfare, I think that's before my time. I mean, yeah, like, I have good memory. Like, I have good memories of friggin'. Like, I have some good memories of those games. It's just like they're not very strong or particularly warm. They're just like lukewarm. I mean, it's mostly the fact that I play them with my friends that's like fun. But like, yeah, you could put me in Nuketown. Like, you could put me in Nuketown and I'd know how to get around, you know? Fight some bots. Bots were good. I feel like bots didn't make it out of Black Ops 1. That's why Black Ops 1 was goated. Yeah, my friends and I. Yeah, that was sweet. Kind of wish I had a PlayStation instead, though. But then I wouldn't have had the same friends, which is unfortunate. We learned this last time. It's like, there's so much. We learned this last year. I am happy to forget it and be mystified again next year. Dear future self, it's me again. The puzzle, the puzzle solutions you buried way back when. Absolutely sure. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you got mistaken for your... Wow, that's a specific experience. See, I didn't actually play a lot of Modern Warfare 2. That's the one that I saw that like kind of got like Call of Duty to be like a thing that us 6th graders wanted to do. So I played like a little bit at parties, but that was it. I think they ended up adding Terminal to something, but it didn't really hold up the way that the neighborhood kids made me think that it was gonna hold up. Holy shit. Lucas. Lucas is in the hometown. Inspiring a new generation. It's like, on one hand, I absolutely do not want a young audience because I don't want to have to worry about being a terrible influence or like having to censor myself. But like, on the other hand, isn't it inevitable? Like, everything I do since entering my like downfall era or like my I don't know, my dark ages of these last couple years, everything ends up involving tweens. I end up being like a beacon of something as I'm like struggling through my mid-20s to tweens, no matter what I do. Like, dread it, run from it, it's inevitable. Tweens. There we go. Did I get feedback from that tween where they're like, this commentary is as boring as a saltine chip? This person should play Celeste 2. Earthblade will be good. You cannot outrun the tweenagers. I'll be back in that mosh pit tomorrow, playing fun games, teaching them English, but mostly trying to make their lives in a public middle school less hell. Like, because I started teaching as a camp counselor, I prioritize, like, making things fun for the kids over, like, anything else. Like, especially in a public school, I'm like, you did not choose to be here. You don't need to suffer. I'm not gonna teach you anything that makes you bored. Unless there's like a payoff. The payoff of grammatical structures. Let's go. Oh, I passed, I'm sure I tweeted this, but I passed the JLPT N3, which is very nice. It would have been really demeaning to have to do that for a third time. Now I'm studying N2, and yeah, I do feel kind of good about it. Thank you. No, I have a lot of... I had a pretty normal time with school, except for, like, you know, gender stuff, but... I have a lot of... I don't know. I have, like, a strong destiny with kids that just struggle and suffer through school. I feel like we have, like, a strong connection. I learned a lot about what it's like to, like, have ADHD in school from Liz. And it gives me a lot of empathy or sympathy about the whole experience and how neurotypically centered the whole thing is. And just how much of a this freaking monstrous trap it can be for kids. Even college. Thank you. Yeah, it's just kind of instinctual, you know? It might also be because I'm definitely an idol before I'm a teacher, but, you know, whatever. Whatever. It's been gratifying being a teacher, but I'm still my kind of teacher. In college, I could definitely be more, like, focused on material, but, in high school, it's like, hey, this ain't that complicated, so I'm gonna make it fun. It doesn't require 50 minutes of talking, so I will not give you 50 minutes of talking. Also, you don't speak the same language as me. I mean, I could try to do it all in Japanese, but... I mean, that's like the main thing about school, right? Like, you're not choosing to be here. Like, if you forget that, then there is just a dissonance is going to grow out of that. Arr! Yeah, my first thing I did the morning that I got my test results was download a PDF with like 96 pages of N2 vocab, and feeling the sheer weight of it all hit me at once. I got a stress headache immediately. Which was rough. But yeah, I bought my first textbook. I like it. I'm chewing it up. It's a fun range. Cause like, yes, it is some fancy words. No hiding that. And it's a lot of fancy versions of words you have normal words for. And it's the point where like my co-teacher will look at it and be like, nobody says these words. But you know what else has words nobody else likes to say? Kirby light novels. Like, I've been going through and actually getting vocab out of one of the other volumes that Kaito got for me, and I can't believe it. When Magalore and Meta Knight are talking, it is all this like mostly a lot of N1 and a lot of N2 stuff, and also some phrases that are even more obscure than the JLPT covers. Yeah, like light novel. Maybe it's just because like I'm in manga heaven and now it's like losing its appeal, and I'm almost looking for like novelty more than being able to buy like the stuff that's easy to buy. But like I do, even though I'm not a big novel person, like the light novels, I look at them and I'm like, I want to buy a light novel. Look, and I'm in the store, I'm like, that could be me. I could have a light novel. But my light novels are really hard to read, so it's not like they're my only aspiration, but they're a nice way to make the N2 and N1 more fun. Because, like, generally what I mean by that is, like, you know, media will have these words, even if real life doesn't. So I'm not just studying for my job. Exactly. Like, yeah, I could be boring. I could be plenty boring. My biggest issue as a teacher is that I will often have an impulse to do something that I find funny, but isn't necessarily for everyone else's humor. Like, I'll be like, man, it'd be so funny if these kids did that. But that doesn't, like, they don't find it funny, so, like, that's really not a good impulse. It's my biggest weakness. I'd be like, man, it'd be so funny to do this. And it's like, for who? It's like, well, okay, just for me. Just not worth it. Oh, hello again. Of course you're here. Calling it quits, I see. No, I fell. It's over. That's probably for the best. The mountain doesn't pull any punches. Yeah, no, I get it. I wasn't strong enough to climb your stupid mountain. You can laugh at me again if you want. I didn't mean actually laugh. Sometimes you gotta know when to throw in the towel. You'll get over it. You know what I think? I had a lot of time to think about things climbing out of this cave, and I'm already over it. God, that's rude. That part of me was right. I can't do this. I'll just go home to my sad life and be miserable forever. You clearly aren't over it. Shut up, I know. I don't want to give up, but no matter how hard I try, she sabotages me every step of the way. A lot of kids come here to climb this mountain only to give up. It's a shame you fell. I was starting to think you'd make it. What made me so special? You have a super dash. I've never met someone so angry at themselves. Honestly, I thought you'd reach the summit just to spite yourself. Gee, thank you. This girl you're talking about, it sounds like she's holding you back. Talk to her. Figure out why she's so scared. You think she's scared? I guess I never thought of it that way. That is a great lesson for being a human, by the way. Stop wasting both of our time and ask her. What have you got to lose? Yeah, last year we found there were a lot of nice conversations with her, but I am far from doing every single conversation this year. Chumbawamba? I've never heard of them. I get knocked down and I get up again. That's this. That's this. Possibly? She's quirky. Let me grab water. You know, I've been low-key practicing the summit level because I keep playing it. It's been my favorite one to play this year. Sorry, this is so random, but Splatoon 3 I played a ton yesterday and it crossed over Celeste. But Celeste is back! Celeste is back! They're dueling pianos right now, but they're still a good ways away from Breath of the Wild. Splatoon 3 will probably be leagues ahead by next year. But I feel like Celeste will always be climbing to get a spot in the top tier. It's gonna have to beat Breath of the Wild, which it could next year, depending on what console I play. Oh, that's a scary thought. Wow, that's crazy. But then also it might have to beat Todic, because Todic I'm like not even half done. But then it also might have to beat other things. It might get competitive. It'll be fun. That feeling when Celeste climbs. We're so back. Everyone's so invested in my playtimes. I want a better playtime counter so bad on the next console. I get so invested in such like rudimentary, like basic time data on this console. Urgh. This level is also a really good Earthblade preview, I feel. Arrgh. You know what? You know what I think? We don't even need this stupid shortcut. My wave dashes are really undercooked this year. I've like not been practicing them. And when I use them, it is not always to my benefit. To my benefit. I'm good at language. Ah, British soccer fans. They really did have it down, and they're like, you know what? We don't need to do this well anymore. In the same way that Splatoon 4 is going to get rid of the ripped leggings, and we're always just going to have to go back to Splatoon 3 for it. It's the same thing, I tell you. In the same way that Pokemon Sword and Shield had all the characters I like, and the other games will not have them. This world, I tell you. This corrupt company. Turns out they're anarchists. That also sounds Splatoon 3 related. Oh. Huh. Hello. Looking for me? I thought you were so done with me. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. You think you've got it all figured out. You think you don't need me. I said I'm sorry. We need to move past this. You expect me to trust you? You aren't innocent here either. But I know you're scared. Look, we're at rock bottom. There's no point in fighting. I can keep digging. I wanted to find this quote and post it on Twitter when I was working on my J tier of games. I kept going lower and lower, and I'm like, I know there's a battle line quote that's like, I can keep going lower. It's like, you're at the G tier. How low can you go? And I'm thinking of COD, and I'm like, I can keep digging. I could pause right down to the center of the earth. What would be the point? Let's climb out of here. Together. Come close to me, and I'll make you regret it. Peak game design. Peak game design. I have never considered making the jump to other systems. It's like console stuff, right? It's like I'm not interested in the games that other companies make. I know how unfashionable and unhip it sounds to say that I'm a Nintendo fan right now. Like, everybody's really into hating Nintendo for really, really valid reasons. And like, even beyond the valid reasons, it's just kind of like in vogue right now to show how much you don't like Nintendo is how I feel. And like, I get that. But like, I don't like the games that other companies make as much. I'm sorry, they're so different from other companies. And I think it's really easy to get sucked into like a us and them thing with consoles because like it's expensive and kind of tricky to go between consoles. So like, I don't know, it's stupid. It's stupid to get stuck into your way. But at the same time, it would take so much to call me to another console. Sorry, let me make clear. I would love to want a PlayStation. I would really love that. But it's such a big investment, and like the appeal of games that aren't like super small, focused, charming, like full of like charm, cuteness, like things that put gameplay first instead of trying to recreate a cinematic action movie. Like, it's like Kingdom Hearts. I kind of want to play Doom. Not that these games are like beautiful exceptions to this terrible gaming industry that's like too bad for me. I'm just saying my tastes have been so shaped by Nintendo. The only way that I've escaped Nintendo has been indies, and the indies are on the Nintendo, and my laptop plays a couple things that my Nintendo doesn't. So it's like, it's hard. Like, I've certainly considered it, but that would be a very tired $500 console if I bought one. Exactly, Juno. Oh my god, that's my thing. I feel like I sound like a bootlicker, right? I feel like I sound like the worst bootlicker ever. But my utopia is Kirby on your smartphone. Like, I wish Nintendo... I like Nintendo consoles. Like, I really, really enjoy my Switch. But like, I also wish that they could just like leave their, like, I wish that they were just a I don't wish they were just a software company. That'd be kind of crazy. But I do wish they could let their software go. Cause like, if money were a bit different, maybe I would like a PlayStation. I've thought about it. Like, it'd be cool. Like, I loved my friend Liz's, like the multimedia aspects of his PS4. Like, we watched everything on the PS4. And it would be cool to try something different. But like, that's a lot of money for something I'm really not interested in.
like Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man games, like those could be cool to me. Like I think the gameplay sounds cool, but like the visual style does nothing for me, and like the story seems so much like grittier, like more realistic than like Into the Spider-Verse. That like that's not really the same Miles appeal to me. Like if they made like a movie, if they made a Spider-Man game that was winning all the game awards that looks like Into the Spider-Verse, I would consider buying something that's not Nintendo. But no one does that. So like I will look and I will see companies like Micro Sony doing like their attempts to, grab some Nintendo fans with like, I don't know, like Ratchet and Clank, Psychonauts. Like there are games out there that appeal to me, but they're so few and far between that like, whereas like I buy like every Nintendo release. It's like, am I dying to play Peach Showtime? Not specifically. Do I have confidence I'll enjoy my purchase? Yeah. It's just like, that's not how I feel about God of War Ragnarok. Like I would not play that game very much. I could try it, but that's expensive and like it's so far out of my wheelhouse. It's like, it's something I have a lot of feelings about because I would love to not be stuck in the Nintendo world, trust me. But like also I don't have the same values as a lot of gamers from outside the Nintendo space because like I only play immersive 3D adventure action movie games as like a novelty. And like I'm certainly coming to enjoy good graphics, but like it's not that big of a deal for me. And we're about to get a hardware upgrade for the Switch, so like if it took me this long to start being disappointed with the graphical power of the Switch, then the Switch 2 means I'll probably not be thinking about this again for another like 3 years. It's so unique, and like sometimes I worry that we're just drinking the Kool-Aid and convincing each other that it's different, but me playing Minecraft, I can keep digging. The rare good prints. This music's so good. That's the thing, right? If I had a better PC, I think I'd have even less reason to buy a console. But the appeal of buying more video games and like getting because I'm kind of like set on buying Switch games for now. Like I'm a big physical person, but I'm kind of like, I have enough Switch games. Like I made a really beautiful collection of physical games in grad school. Even though I'm in Japan and everything has a novelty to it, I'm like, what if I just buy Peach digitally? Like I have Another Code, Gunvolt, Mario Wonder, and Sky 7, and I love them. And I'm like, I'm satisfied. Like I'm too easy to satisfy. I'm not hungry enough. But it'd be fun to get my hunger back and have like a PS5 era or something. Except that I don't know where the fun would come from. I like sitting at my desk. Well, that's how it works. I used to be all handheld, no TV, but now I really do enjoy TV. I mean, I'm glued to this thing right now. Ribbon birthday gotcha. No, not like mobile games. Just like put Kirby Squeak Squad on your cell phone. Put it on Steam. Like I will get mad about this once every 4 months. I'm gonna be honest, I thought you had good memories of other consoles, but now I realize that's probably not so true. I think you've probably mostly been on Nintendo, right? I don't mean to like keep the Nintendo fans stuck in the Nintendo pen, us pigs, us greasy pigs who suckle on the fat tittles of Mother Miyamoto or whatever people see us as. Like, I'm not like a Nintendo shill. But as a gamer, I don't get nutrients from anyone besides Nintendo. Like I'm making a 5-year plan to play Kingdom Hearts, which is like probably the most Nintendo core thing on other consoles. Like, I don't think I would have much to play if I bought a PS5. Like, I saw at Yodobashi Camera there was like a physical for Luna Nights on PlayStation, and I'm like, well, if it was an exclusive, maybe I would buy a $500 console to play a $20 game. Just because, like, it'd be fun to have like a freaking Toho machine, but like, no, like it just... Like, if I'm hesitating about spending an extra $300 to get like a gaming PC, which has like infinite potential and is like much more up my alley, it would take so much to make me get like a solid console. It's smart. Oh, Noreen, you are being my... Have we never talked about Spider-Verse? Have we never talked about Hobie? Oh my god. I love Hobie. I think about him and what he symbolizes sometimes, and his character design. No, PC covers so much. Oh, Robbie, like, it's so fair. It's so fair! I completely get why we have, like, a certain, like, stigma to us. And also, okay, I'm gonna be so honest. I hope this doesn't age like milk. But after Tucker Conroy got canceled, I'm like, boy, like, I don't even mean, like, grass is always greener. But just, like, the amount of Nintendo content creators, the people who I watch every single day, mind you, who are just, like, wholesome boy, like, wholesome guy, he plays the cute games and he's so wholesome. It is such a red flag. Like, I really, really enjoy the content creators that I like. But after Tucker Conroy got canceled, I'm like, yeah, it always was suspicious that his thing was just being wholesome. Like, you just, it's just, extremes are a lot. But that's, like, neither here nor there. That's just kind of, like, I understand the Nintendo stink. But my thing is, like, there's so much more than just, like, the wholesome versus, like, cool Western look when you divide, like, Sony Soft versus Nintendo. Like, there's just a lot of different values between Nintendo and Microsoft. So, like, I understand, like, seeing somebody who's, like, Mario Sunshine is the 13th best game of all time and being like, you're on Kool-Aid. But, like, they're really just, like, when you think about Nintendo's idiosyncrasies, like, yes, like, they have a lot of problems for sure. But, like, if you think about, like, where that comes from, like, their weird insistence at being different does ultimately make different games. And I don't mean different in terms of, like, sending people to super hell for pirating Bowser porn, but more like they are so hell-bent on being who they are that they do steer a different course than the other stuff in the industry, which isn't to say, like, oh, those corrupt Microsoft Sony ponies or whatever. I just mean, like, there are differences in values between Nintendo games and what I see as, like, the other popular kinds of gaming. And that's why indie games appeal to me, because I can, like, find more what speaks to me there. So, like, I do understand feeling, like, totally alien from, like, the kind of, like, I don't know, Microsoft, Sony world, and Nintendo. Like, there is, like, legitimately a lot of difference, I think. Not that there has to be, but there can be. I did you a favor. You aren't a mountain climber. I'm just trying to help you. None of this would have happened if you had listened to me. Oh my god, that was one of the best ways I've ever done that room. Oh my gosh. One year I did play this when I was doing a lot of wave dashing, and this is one of the highlights of the whole run. But I have... Whew! That was close. I was gonna say, I'm not warmed up at all, and I'm pretty much not. Honest to God, though, like, I can say all of that about, like, console stuff, but at the end of the day, I just feel like having a neighbor in your world, especially online, who likes stuff that you're not into, you just end up getting these weird, like, especially me. I have been victim to so many, like, stupid mentalities of my own, where, like, I'm not into a thing, and everybody's into that thing, and I'm like, I bet they're kind of dumb. Like, it's just, like, a stupid thing that happens. So, like, when you've been in the gaming landscape forever, and you've never been the person playing the thing to the right of you, you just kind of end up getting the sense of, like, us and them. Not to a great degree, but it can creep in. And I certainly get that with not being someone who's, like, obsessed with Nintendo. Like, it's just, it's so different. Like, if you ain't to us, then we're looking pretty them. With our terrible graphics. Hey, welcome! Welcome to the climax of the stream. I'm talking about, like, the core essence of my thoughts on console loyalty? Fanboyism? I don't know, not even fanboyism, just sort of, like, the more subtle, just, like, experience of liking one console versus the other, or more like Micro Sony versus Nintendo. Yeah, it's true. But it's like, I think there are reasons that people become Nintendo fanboys. I will say that very, very clearly. Like, I think Nintendo is so weird and idiosyncratic that it's easy to become a Nintendo fan. It's easy to become stuck in that world. Because, like, I watch mostly, like, channels that, like, focus on Nintendo. And, like, these people have other interests. But it's so easy for them to play every single Nintendo series and be interested in every single Nintendo release, and I'm the same way. Like, it's just like, if you're on the Nintendo wavelength, then you'll probably find something you like in all their games, and it is really easy to shift from the middle to out there. Like, sure, there's a lot of people who, like, find some games they like in the Nintendo library, you take it or leave it with some, but, like, if you're not, like, being pulled towards, like, the gravitational center of Nintendo, you're probably gonna end up getting pretty sick of them, because, like, They are such a frustrating, finicky company. So it's like low-key love it or hate it. Like, no, it's not love it or hate it, but there's a lot of reason to end up in a love-hate relationship with it. Or there's a lot of reason to love or hate Nintendo. Yes. There's plenty of reasons to be normal about them, but if you've been a gamer forever, I think there's a lot of reasons to love and or hate them. I really just want to play indie games. I really just want to play indie games. And like the ethics behind it are great, but also indie people are the only people who make the games I like. Like I can have all these talks about console elitism or whatever, but it's really just that I like playing 2D games. That's really what it is. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. That's just what it is. And I love expanding my tastes and stuff, but I just like playing 2D games. It's just what it is. Every year I think I'll be fixed. Every year I think I'll be changed. And that does not happen. That was a terrible finish, but I've been so smooth that I can accept it. Can't accept that so much. I know, we're fired up. How are you doing? How's your Sunday? Hey. Hey. I'm coming for you. Ah, I've never felt so like acrobatic with the sequence before, even though I'm not using wave dashes. I feel like I'm moving really smoothly through it. Yeah, that didn't look good. I guess there was a out. Them cute pixels. It's true, there's nothing wrong with 2D, but there is just such an anti-2D like energy in the larger gaming space that makes it feel like you're a vegetarian or something if you only like 2D games, or you primarily like 2D games. I do feel like a vegetarian in so many ways. Get over here! Fine. You win. I guess you don't need me after all. If you want me to go away, I'll try. That's not what I want. I need your help now more than ever. You're a freak, you have tentacles and magic beams, and we might run into monsters. Let's work together. Work together? In a non-violent video game? You're joking, right? It's okay to be scared. That was like a magic spell, wasn't it? That is the look of a hurt dog. I always forget about the level up thing. That's so cute. This is such a good feeling. This is just like that one level in Pico 8 where you get the upgrade. How do we do that? If you can climb like that, maybe we can still reach the summit. You still want to climb the mountain? Why would we go back up there? It's good to see you two playing nice. Hey, thanks for talking some sense into me. Don't mention it. I'm glad I can still be useful every now and then. Megalania! Megalania, you're okay. I ran down to help, but looks like you're doing fine. Thanks, Theo. Honestly, maybe that fall was what I needed. It's like right on the nose. Is this the part of you that you were talking about? She's like an adorable goth Megalania. Hi. You were right, Theo. I shouldn't be afraid of her. If her and I work together, I think we can still finish the climb. That's so rad! Wait, no. I didn't agree to this. You said we'd talk about things first. You're right. I understand that you're scared. But we both know that this is something we want to do. We have to try it one time. Yeah, you've got this. I don't know. We were so close and then we, fell. The mountain tore us apart. Yeah, that happened. But I have to believe we can put that behind us. We have to believe that we're capable of this. It's not a bad idea. It'd still be difficult, mind you. I'm amazed you got as far as you did, butting heads like you were. I reckon you can make it if you cooperate. Okay. I'll try. Can I help? You've already done so much for me. Let me hold your bag at least. Good idea. This won't take long. Like, the levels we're doing today really have, I mean, especially this part, like, these are like some of my favorite story moments in games. I'm so late to the party with story in video games, which is probably another reason why it was easy to fall into the Nintendo hole. But I really just love like plot moments. I love story beats. I love it when things come together. Like in this game, I think there's a lot of really good characterization. And there's enough conversations to get you invested, but there's not a lot of story. But what it has is just like really, really meaningful moments to push everything through. And that's a really big part of why I like Castlevania for its story, or at least like Aria of Sorrow, Symphony of the Night, because they have almost zero time to get you invested in the story. But each interaction does something to really improve the gameplay, I feel. Yeah, Hollow Knight's a little bit less like that. Like there are moments, but there's a lot of downtime for world building and stuff. But I really do find that like Aria of Sorrow especially uses moments that really change the gameplay for you, with like revelations and twists with villains and twists with friends and frenemies. Every interaction is a plot beat that really changes what's going on, and it has such a good connection to the gameplay and the world that it really amplifies the game, which is I think probably another one of the earlier things that made me more of a story junkie, which is just like something I never was. Like I played my RPGs like explicitly for the gameplay and maybe the characters. Like I was such a not story kid. All right, what's going on in the chat? Console group politics. Yeah, we have so much to talk about with Spider-Verse. I love Spider-Verse. Oh, well, I think that Micro Sony versus Nintendo is a pretty good dichotomy, even if there are other parties involved. Like, if we're talking about people who sell you expensive consoles, like, there is Steam, but just, like, they just have such different values. Yeah, at the end of the day, people just, like, play what they grew up playing. I haven't considered that Sega does and Nintendo don't, but, I think I prefer name brand Jet Set Radio to Lo-Fi Hyperdrive, even though they have the Drive Formidable. So I might be able to be sold. Oh, okay, see you. I mean, you might already be gone, but I hope that the Pikmin chat goes really good. Well, Juno, I think politically that's extremely true, but and that's like a totally valid stance. But for me, I think there's a lot of difference between what Nintendo and Micro Sony put into their games and what they're made for. I think there's certainly a big enough dichotomy to change them, but if you mean politically and like ethically, then I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely. I think that might even be bigger. And I think I was even touching on that as we were talking. Yeah, I was actually thinking Kingdom Hearts tends to be exclusive enough, but maybe Switch 2 will move it over. QD, I think I would twist it up a bit, like QD pixels. That's really interesting you say that about Japan and 3D. I've never thought about it as like a regional or like a kind of cultural or country thing before, but I've never thought about it at all. We'll rule the galaxy. Interesting. That sounds also, would you say that that's kind of like a early 2000s mentality? Because I feel like that, even though I said like, we definitely still don't have a lot of respect for 2D visuals in the game industry, I think as like Vanessa, you could probably back me up. Like I think that's like kind of a long-term echo of something that was like extremely explicit and loud back in like the 90s, early 2000s. Oh, Disgaea 6's story, but Disgaea 5. That was the one. Disgaea 5 was my radicalizing moment. Not necessarily due to the story or plot, but due to how much I liked the characters and how much I liked the stakes. That's kind of, for me, that's kind of like, a lot of people would disagree. For me, that's kind of the essential Disgaea because it was what made me care. I mean, what made me realize that having likable characters doing things with cool high stakes was enough to make like all of the gameplay more hype for me. So Disgaea 6 was like a big moment in me starting to care more about like plot stories. And it's not like I'm a total stranger for that. I mean, I've talked about Game of Thrones with my friends and family for like hours back in the day. So like I've always had a bit of a plot bone, but yeah, Disgaea 6 was definitely a moment, but Disgaea generally was a moment, and Disgaea 5 was really the watershed moment. Closing time. Yeah, Gino, that's a really good point about big guys versus indie. But I feel like that's less about, well, I mean, it's fairly about genre in the scheme of things. Yeah, I would definitely not agree. I would not agree that it's a false dichotomy to pit Nintendo against like Sony and Microsoft. And you could even throw Steam in there. Even Steam, I mean, I don't know where that falls, but I still don't think that anything I've ever seen coming out of Steam's world or like anything that would be associated with Steam itself versus just like the general open marketplace of game devs that are smaller, nothing really aligns with Nintendo because Nintendo is so aggressive about being different and they're so aggressive about what they stand for that they do end up carving out this weird place of being underpowered, very focused on stuff that's been working for ages, gameplay first, story second. There's just a lot of factors that just do not manifest in other big game companies. Yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds super 2000s. Wait, isn't that the last closing ever? Good night, Minnesota Game Store. That wouldn't have been me. I wouldn't know that. An anachronism. Because, like, the 2D style was kind of dated on the PlayStation. I mean, the PlayStation definitely would have been home for the graphic stuff. It certainly makes sense. I can certainly see that. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. Just with what little I know about that era. That definitely makes sense. So in a way, my whole channel goes back to Symphony of the Night, not because of Metroidvanias, but because of being outdated with your 2D visuals. Okay, what do? Yeah, woo! Let's get funded. Let's live. Let's live. Sorry you went through that and everything. That is not fun. Alright, well, before we go in, I'm gonna take a break and check my email one last time. Then we can go on for another hour or so.
We're playing Lancer? I just checked my Facebook Messenger. That's so exciting. Juno, are you here? I'm gonna play Lancer. Thank you for DMing. Also, another random Nathan thing. It's so funny to me. It hit me last night. Like, Mushihime-sama became like a Kyotsu-ten so randomly and so suddenly that it never hit me how funny it is that like this random game that I picked up on such a whim last year, like literally it was an honorable mention in my games list, just like a totally random thing, ended up becoming like something that I immediately met somebody IRL who plays. Like, it's so funny to me. It's so random. That's serendipity right there. Oh my god, I love this chapter. This is like becoming my favorite part of the game. Yeah, I'm playing Lancer. Nathan's gonna DM. We've been playing a lot of tabletop stuff in town. "2024 is a tough year, but it is also a year of cool robots for me." Let us reach. The first time we did a stream, it wasn't on Melovania. It was just like my YouTube channel where I comment on Arlo videos. The first time we did this, I was on my PC, and it crashed every time we got to one of those colorful scenes of like showing off the story or whatever. Like that intro blurb there, it would just crash my game. My laptop couldn't run all the colors. I feel like I learned something about like game performance in that moment. I couldn't think that'd be so taxing. Perfect. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Who's out there in the chat? Hey Shadow Chat. Comment how many times you beat Celeste. Tell me your favorite strawberry. Or I'll take your soul. Wait, hold up. Hold the phone. Battle lane, stop. Yeah, right. That was so hodgepodge. Hodgepodge? Maybe not. Shoestring? We did Aria of Sorrow too. Could I have got up there to the flower? We're getting the hang of that. If you say so. This mountain doesn't stand a chance. Stop jinxing it. Oh, okay. Have fun in Pikmin chat. If you have any energy after Nox, I'll probably be done by then. But I still want to know what you thought about Pikmin sometime. Yeah, it is. I love it when my friends are particularly invested. What? Trans clouds.
Huh, this is the end of Celeste month. Wow, that's huh. Yeah. Wow. Well, what a nice month. I can't believe how much I listened to the soundtrack. I used to feel nothing. Like, I would like the music in game well enough, but in terms of like game music tastes, did not listen very much back then. Back then being like a month ago. But I've been enjoying this a lot. I don't really know what it is. I feel like Lana Rain is too good of a composer for me. She's too smart and she does things that I don't understand. They're ambient, subtle things that I'm just too 25 going on 26 to understand. I've not lived long enough. I don't know why I brought age into that. I'm not wise enough to appreciate them, but now I'm starting to. And I also Googled how to get into ambient music, and I got 2 recommendations, and they were good. I listened to ambient music and I actually enjoyed it. So, January can be accused of being too quiet for me, but I really enjoyed the quiet parts this time, and Celeste was a big part of that. Yeah. Do you listen to much of her music? I just like her as a person. I just thought she was really cool back in like 2019 when I like discovered her, I guess. I was like, that could be me one day. Mid-30s with wife and cool and gender. I don't know. Yeah, legit. How'd that happen? I'm ready for February. But, yeah, this is quick. I've done this so many times this month, and I'm still, like, not... I might be getting worse at it. Wow. There we go. That is classic Pico 8 right there. Turns out I'm hungry. Don't know if the microphone caught that. I think I'm just gonna go. This is just like one thing leads to another. It's just so smooth. Ah! Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I've played this section so many times now that I'm just like flowing through it. Like, I guess I appreciated it enough as like a callback to all the things from the levels and stuff before, but I never realized how fun it is on its own. Like, I don't know, these ideas just go right into each other, and the music just is so driving, and this is over before you know it every single time. I was debating what to do with our time. I'm like, oh, I could do a B-side, but it's like, nah, not if you want to be done at noon. You really can't. It's gonna take your time. I guess there's no better way to end it, but I wasn't fully ready to end it, so maybe I'll play more Celeste after the stream. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I'm just waiting for something to go wrong. No matter what happens, I'll be right there with you. You know what's really scary? I'm starting to believe you. Yeah, one other thing. Maybe this is part of my larger... I mean, it clearly is. My larger interest in story that Disgaea started is good scripts. Like, good scripts. I never used to give a dang about that kind of thing, but now I realize that, like, the writing on Fire Emblem Awakening is why I find it so good, because, like, yeah, story's forgettable, whatever. I can't forget any of the words that any of those characters said. Like, even the English voice acting was really, really cool because the script is just so memorable and the lines are so memorable. Like, I don't know, there's more to a game than, like, who dies and who symbolizes what and, like, the replay value. Like, scripts are awesome. That's a huge thing that's, like, been sneaking up on me whenever I see it because, like, I didn't think that I'd be praising the script when I played Links Between Worlds for the third time, but I am. And once you notice it, you're like, that is a cool thing for a game to be good at. And I really enjoy all of the dialogue in Celeste. I've been praising it this whole month. It's just, like, very effective. It's very effective, and yeah, the characters feel really characterized. That's probably also why Symphony of the Night... I've always been a big proponent of the Symphony of the Night Celeste pipeline. Probably another big reason why Symphony of the Night works for people is just, like, all those quotes are so memorable, even if they're memeable. Like, they stick with you. Seems like Castlevania is somewhat prone to doing that. The anime is also very much that. The anime is perfect. Oh my god, the quotes are perfect in that show. Like, it's funny liking something, for me, it's funny liking something so much for that reason. Because, like, it's only ever been, like, a 7th reason why I like something, at least I thought so. But now, like, there was, like, a trailer for the new Castlevania season, and I'm like, holy crap, I already got a quote out of this thing. Like, you don't even have to purchase the product. You can just get a quote out of the trailer if there's enough good quotes going on. That is a very smooth way. I've never really done that before. I'm slipping and sliding. Almost like I've played this 4 times. Today. This month. It's my Pico 8 power, honestly. I feel bad that Robbie dipped at the point in our conversation where we were talking about just, like, I don't know, like the dichotomies of Nintendo fanboys and stuff. Because, like, I've been thinking lately just, like, I want to try more and more stuff. Like, I feel bad. When I talk, like, it takes a second talking to me to understand where I stand on this stuff. Because I'm extremely Nintendo fangirl coded. But, like, I really just want to try so many more things. It's just that it takes a while for me to branch out. Like, I gain so much from trying more genres, and I always want to be branching out, but, like, even doing that, it's very hard for me to cover much of the gaming landscape. Nice job back there. Look at you! Miss Positivity! You're so supportive. Don't push your luck. Oh, there's so many. But the one from the Castlevania trailer is so freaking brutal. I say it might be one of my most quoted things from Castlevania. And it was from a trailer. Oh my god, so sorry, content warning, parents getting butchered? Sorry, that's just kind of Castlevania anime. A lot of parents die in that show. The protagonist, Richter, the trailer starts off with this awful thing, it's really formative, where his mom is killed, and this is super disturbing because she's a Belmont, by someone who's a vampire who had a vampire lover that she killed. So the show begins with a backdrop of this childhood trauma of seeing his mom get killed by this person who's a character in the show. And this character walks up to him when he's like 7. It's like, little boy Belmont, or something like that. And he's like, I could kill you right now, and I will, one day. Or it's like, I could, something like, I could kill you, and I will, one day. And he just kind of leaves. But it's just it's more nuanced than that. But the way that it's been just kind of bastardized in my head, or flanderized or whatever, is just like, and I will, one day. Like, I say this like for like washing my dishes. I'm like, oh, I could do that, and I will, one day. Like, it's just the way that he delivered it. The voice acting is very good. The way he delivered it, I'm just like, I've said it many times in stream. I'll just be like, and I will, one day. And that was like in the trailer. It's like that's a free quote. Didn't even have to have Netflix. Me when I choose not to kill a child today. He's given up on killing Richter like 3 times. He's not going to kill Richter. Exactly. Procrastinating with panache. There's a certain nuance to it, though. There's a certain nuance to it. It's mostly about the fact that I could do something. And I will. One day. Procrastinating with panache. Count Olrox. This is harder than I remember. Yeah, next year, I really, at the moment, don't know if I'll be in Japan or America. Could find out after the stream. If I'm in America, I might try a new thing. Cause like, I don't know. Legends Arceus could be really fun if there's like a lot of nights to stream it. It wouldn't be very good if it was short. And more importantly, like I might still want to do Celeste month. I'm probably gonna take a break here, but I might not take a break here. And that's even, you know what's really the scary thing? Is I might even want to play it again next year. I will say I definitely softened about this whole world this year. Like, these guys are hard. I accept that. They're very, very hard for me to keep track of. My god. Now this is Pico 8 core. Wait, how do I play Pico 8 2? No, I have to start streaming from my laptop. Unless it's on Switch. Hold up. Hold up. Wait, am I gonna leak credit card info? Unlikely. Am I gonna have to put this on unlisted too? Oh, no. No way. We can do an eShop. We can do eShop. Yeah, we're good. I had to put last week's on unlisted because there's some data in it. Pico 8. I know they released this. I don't know where. There's no way it's on here. Pico 8. Nah. Ruby and Kamiko. I know those games. See, that's not that hard. That is. This is such a good final level to do, honestly. Ah. Literally, I was like, can I cut 1 second? And they're like, no. I guess you can do it on videos, but not streams. I mean, I can provide the link whenever, but it was such a mistake. I was just randomly like, whoops, that was personal information. Ah. Hey. Okay, wait, so Into the Spider-Verse. Have we never talked about Into the Spider-Verse? I've only watched all the movies like once or twice, but no, I've only watched the 2 movies once, but they had such an impact on me. Like, oh my gosh. Oh, I've mentioned this. I've mentioned that I had a tradition of going to the theaters, the IMAX theaters, every Christmas, right? And the last time we did it was Into the Spider-Verse, which was obviously the first animated movie we ever watched, and just the sheer difference in how emotional I got at that movie compared to the other ones was just like, wow, I love animation. Like, that's just what that movie is to me. It's just like, wow, it's animation in the world where usually there's not animation. Because like watching Ghibli, even in theaters, that doesn't remind me that I love animation. I mean, it kind of does. But like seeing something that would normally not be animation, just like the hero action thing of the day in a movie theater, that's normally not animated. Like, I've done that many times and I've not felt much doing it. But yeah, usually it's not animated. But I was just so in it. Yeah, I think you do. It was so random. This is dangerous. Yeah, I just think it's really neat. I'm not even like a big Spider-Man person. I just like those. Which is kind of my larger thought about Miles generally. Is like, I don't think, not to get like straight into like lore stuff, but the whole canon event thing, like one of the first quotes in the movie is when Miles and Gwen are together, and Gwen's like, Peter Parker always falls for Gwen Stacy, and it never ends well. And that quote right there is so problematic because like she referred to herself as a separate entity from Peter Parker, but she's going through all of the Peter Parker canon events. There's no way that the canon events for Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker are the same. Why is she still subject to all the rules? And why is Miles Morales still subject to all the rules? It's probably just a misunderstanding on my part, but I'm like, if Peter Parker always falls for Gwen Stacy and it always ends badly, well then Gwen Stacy probably doesn't always lose her dad or the police officer. Like, and Miles Morales probably doesn't, because as far as we know, he's the only one we've seen. Well, actually there's two. But they have, those two I guess those two might discover their own canon events in the third movie. That's like my one thing. I'm not like a crazy like lore person or anything, except I do like Hobie's lore stuff a lot. I really like the device that he made. I think that's really interesting. I'm mostly just there for vibes, but I do have a lot of thoughts about the fact that Gwen says Peter Parker always falls for Gwen Stacy and it never ends well. And then she continues to live as if she's Peter Parker, and then Miles is expected to also live as if he's Peter Parker. And the Peter Parker in his world already died. Like, I don't think they're subject to these things. I just don't think that they are. Yeah, the first one especially had like the whole, there were definitely like shout outs to different kinds of animation, which I think is also another thing for me, because like my experience with animation has always been very anime centric. I've been branching out into more stuff recently, but I didn't really watch a lot of cartoons as a kid. I didn't really like let myself watch animation, I guess, till I was watching anime. So I'm not that familiar with American stuff. We've talked about this a million times, but I've been going back to watch more just because, like, oh, surprise, surprise, there's a lot in common. That's why I feel kind of bad about where the conversation left with Robbie, because, like, I do agree that, like, there are a lot of commonalities between Nintendo and other game companies. Like, there have to be. Like, generally, I think there's a lot of reasons why somebody will become a Nintendo fan person, but it's also just a lot of nuance there. If you explore it, there has to be more nuance. There has to be particular ways that, like, there's a lot of crossover in their values. And that's kind of what I feel about animation and cartoons. Like, I don't know. When I was a kid, I just didn't really mess with cartoons. But now that I'm an adult, I'm like, I like these for largely the same reasons. Not all the same reasons, but especially these days, every cartoon I see seems so anime influenced, like, openly now. And I am kind of falling into the Japanese way of just calling everything anime, because I'm like, do I care if Wall-E's not anime anymore? Wall-E's anime. Like, who cares? Who cares? It's Spider-Man who always falls for Gwen, but, like, that implies that there are canon events that put Gwen as a separate entity from Peter, which means that there should be separate canon events for Gwen, and there's probably different canon events for Miles's. Like, is that not where movie 3's gonna go? Am I like, should I be predicting this? I don't know. I actually, right before you left, I mentioned Lancer, because I just saw your message in the Facebook Messenger thing, and Juno, who is now gone, was super into Lancer. But the Lancer conversation did not happen, so you did not miss very much except for Spider-Verse. That's the thing, yeah, I feel like that's normal, but for me, like, I was very embarrassed. I was very embarrassed about liking animation, so I didn't really let myself until it was kind of like a cool, like, side thing. Like, until I met an anime fan and was like, I am becoming part of anime fan culture, I never, like, super let myself enjoy cartoons. It's a whole thing. We've probably talked about it on stream. You treated you like garbage. Yeah, but I still care about him. You have to snap at him. Whatever. I mean it. Yeah, so pepper. He tried to kill you. Now you're defending him? I'm not defending him. I'm on your side. Like, everything about Mr. Oshido runs on for too long. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for snapping at him. Okay. Yeah, so it's whatever. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like, 2024 is the year of cool robots for me. I'm very, very hyped for Lancer. I've done this room enough. I've done a lot of this chapter enough. Well, I think I've already talked about the fact that, like, after a lifetime of apathy, I suddenly think that Mega Man is so cool. Like, I actively thought when he was in Smash, he was so uncool. Like, until recently, I thought he looked so uncool, but then I gave more of a try to everything, and I'm like, holy crap, Mega Man and Gunvolt armor is so cool. So, like, now when I go to, like, nerd stores, I'm looking for, like, not just, like, idol girls, but also, like, please show me cool armor. Please, please, please show me laser swords. Please. It's just a completely random thing I just got into. Have I mentioned this before? I'm sure that I have. I had a conversation with somebody in the office who was like, oh, you like anime? Like, do you like mecha? And I'm like, no, not really. And he was like, oh, women never really like mecha. It's kind of just otaku. And that line, I was just like, I'm gonna like mecha now. Like, that's not why I like robots, but there was a part of me that was just like, if that's the case, someday I'm probably gonna get into mecha. And that'll be pretty silly for everybody involved, won't it? And I'm like, someday, I'll be buying mecha. People will be like, what the fuck? That's gonna happen. But that's not the important part. The important part is the cool robots. I know. I'm gonna end up watching that, aren't I? Because I've been getting back into idols more, too. I think my friend Nico just got into it, too. You know, I watched a really cool video essay about Hobie and Spider-Verse and how like radio is generally accepted to be like the weapon of the rebels, right? And like having your own tech, being able to communicate with people is a huge part of keeping like a rebel movement going. And how the big reveal for him is like he goes from being this joke character to a serious character right when it's revealed that he's been making his own dimensional teleporter. And that it's similar, for maybe obvious reasons, similar to Elfalin being the only way that Kirby can travel between dimensions except for Magolor's stupid boat. I really like that Hobie, like, personally, like, as a character is contributing this, like, homemade Spider-Verse warping technology. I think that's, like, so badass. Like, I think that's just, like, a really, really cool symbol. Like, his contribution is creating this extremely important tech that is keeping their, you know, their rebel group together. That's so badass. I think that's just so badass. Yeah, this I love the visuals, but this mechanic is grating on me. Like, I used to replay chapter 4 the most, probably. I'm getting really tired of chapter 4. What do I need to do? Like, save a dash? You're telling me I need to save a dash in the game of Celeste in 2024? Isn't it so badass? Like, everything was happening so quickly that I couldn't really process it. Oh, wow. Oh, dear. Well, okay, so queer reading is one thing. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh my, oh dear, oh my, oh dear, oh me, oh my, oh dear, oh me. So on one hand, I certainly see the blue and pink and white conversation with her dad where she was trying to come out as being, like, not even a queer reading. It's just like they're trying to do representation and can't. Like, that's just one of those, like, Love Live things where it's just like, somebody got censored on something here. I gotta be totally honest with you, Noreen. Gotta be totally honest. I am like, there's 100% a queer reading of course, I feel like being Spider-Man of all things is a difficult thing to map like one-to-one. Everybody is queer for being Spider-Man, but obviously, like, I think anybody in any community who only feels understood by specific people far away will get a lot out of Spider-Verse. Like, that is my favorite part of Spider-Verse. I don't think I've said it explicitly yet, but that's my favorite part of Spider-Verse, is like, even if like I think as a movie, I felt like movie 2 was kind of just like DLC. Like, I don't know, like it didn't make like its own movie as much as building up to something else and just like having fun with the concept. So like, I don't know if I would rush to rewatch it soon, except for just like the cool scenes. What it really did was it set up just like the sorrow of Miles and Gwen being separated, which I think is really cool. And especially as somebody who is talking to her long distance friends on a stream on Sunday instead of like, I don't know, doing anything else, I certainly understand the appeal of like, the only people who understand me are 10,000 miles away. We can't see each other. But I have to be so honest with you, while I am 100% open to the queer reading, with like the only caveat being like, good luck explaining that Spider-Man of all things is a queer metaphor, because that's just such like a normal American like masculine character. With the fact that in these characters' lives, it certainly feels very cool. But my thing is, I was watching it the first day of July before moving to Japan. So my personal experience with it was obviously that, but I was thinking, oh my god, it's July, I have to go to Japan soon, and I'm with my camp counselor friends. We're in the middle of nowhere. It is a miracle that we're together. We understand each other so well. We lived, we ate food together, we had all these experiences. Like, we are all queer, we are all studying Japanese, we all have the same stuff, we're all neurodivergent. Like, I was thinking about camp. Like, I'm not saying that I'm not open to other readings, but like personally, I was like, yeah, this is very queer and it's very relatable. I'm thinking about a bunch of losers who meet together in the Midwest and share the canon events of autistic kids crying in our arms. Like, it's hard. It was hard to get away from just like projecting my own life onto it. But I am so open to like, yeah, the idea of like, the only person who understands me is impossibly far away. It's like a very appealing thing to me. Very, very cool. Very, very easy to relate to. But mine was like hyper specific when I experienced it, so I was just like, oh my god, that's gonna be me. I'm gonna be so far away from my friends and no one understands me. As it goes. The CLV reading of all sex. What, you didn't try applying language village theory? In this economy? Oh? Autism? Well, here we go. That's the thing, is I feel like other communities could also relate to this. Like, friggin' people who were like, nobody understands me because I like punk music so much. Like, anybody could relate to that, which I think is very cool. But there certainly is... Well, one character's trans. I mean, I don't know what else to say, right? And it's very, very easy for gay people to relate to it. Yeah, no. I am stupidly sentimental about that symbol. Wasn't I trying to do this like in a quirky way? Has Spider-Man been historically autistic? I think someone needs to tell Liz if she doesn't know. E. Are we done here? I'm like, this is such a pretty level, but like 4 is pretty, and Summit's obviously pretty too, but the 4 part of Summit is just like not my favorite Celeste stuff. Am I redoing all of that if I die? That's like mildly too long. Hey. Personally, I prefer chapter 5. Actually, both 4 and 5 are a little, like, meh for me this year. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling him a normal-ass American. That's just my vague sense of where superheroes seem to sit in American culture. I'm something of an American cultural studies person myself. Talk about America the way people talk about Japan Challenge Go. I mean, in America, it's generally understood that due to their cowboy individuals, texts such as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 can be understood to have a radical trans implication about self-endurance. That sounds like good work. That sounds like a good video. That was a close one. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we'd make it. Maybe you were right. Maybe this is too dangerous. No, I was wrong. We can climb this mountain. I've got your back. And I believe in you. That means a lot to me. 8. Super mental health brothers. Maybe brothers is the wrong term in this case. Super mental brothers. Maybe that's the wrong term in this case. It's important to always, if you become like a cultural studies person, it's so important to always talk about your country in the way that you talk about another country, to like ground yourself and be like, do I sound like an idiot? That's how I feel. What if this? Oh, we die. Oh, way to go, Peter Parker. Ah. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. I don't know if it felt like the movie wasn't leading it to me obviously enough to believe in myself, but I was like, isn't this gonna be about him finding out that he's not Peter Parker and doesn't have to be? Like, wasn't that the ending of this first Spider-Verse? I forget. Gotta grab ice cream quick. Do it. Gotta. So those move when I dash. So I want to be here. No, I don't. Wait, I'm actually confused. This seems better, but it's not enough. How do I preserve 2 dashes here? Chat. 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 Arrgh, wait, I've been banished. Oh well. I finished my delightful Mount Rainier wintry coffee. I have saved the final strawberry treat for it when I win. The lighting in this room is really nice. I really do feel bad about where that conversation about like console fanboyism ended, because like the more that I get into games, the more that I like, right? Because I was like, my next point was going to be like, well, maybe I'll end up getting into other consoles because I find that the stories are more interesting in their games. Like, that is obviously one way to break out of the Nintendo fangirl crystal. I mean, the story complexity is just not that great in Nintendo games generally. It might not be the action or the visuals that bring me in, but it might just be like more engaging stories that pull me through like otherwise kind of boring gameplay for me. I was looking at the lighting in this, I'm like, I freaking love the colors in here. I love the purple and the blue. Like, there's so many reasons to like a game that are not exclusive to one philosophy or another. It's just like, I don't know, I want to try more and more things. I was playing Splatoon last night and I'm like, I've had this thought twice. I was like, I should just play every weapon. Like, I should just play every weapon instead of sticking to my favorites and see which ones I like how much, and just like find surprise faves, learn surprising things from unlikely guns. Like, it lets you play more Splatoon. I very much am somebody who gets stuck in my tastes, and I do have very specific tastes, but trying new stuff never hurts. In a way, I feel like it's a little bit... Okay, this is just me. In a way, I feel like I'm kind of resistant to the idea of becoming somebody who's like tried everything, because it seems just like special when you do like something. Because like, I will admit, I talk to people who like everything for something, and it's like, oh yeah, I've played that. Yeah, I liked that. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. And it's like, well... what do you like? I don't know, if you like everything, then like, what are your tastes? And like, that's not a bad way to be. But for me, like, I always understand myself as somebody who like is very specific about what I like, and that helps me find more things that I like. And some people just like everything, and I'm like, I don't understand that way of life. But I'm sure if I try everything, I won't have some identity crisis about having too diverse of tastes. I mean, I've already played every Nintendo series. Besides Star Fox. I guess playing everything of something doesn't feel as tacky as I thought it would. There we go. That's what I mean. Very much not trying to throw judgment in my message that's supposed to be about being less judgmental. I was a very, very judgmental child. This is all undoing the damage of being an 11-year-old Radiohead fan, to be clear. Wow. I don't think... That's really interesting. Because I was actually thinking, like, with my, like, tiers of love, at some point I'm like, shouldn't I just say that I don't like Call of Duty? But it's like, no, I'm not ranking how much I dislike these games. I'm just, like, ranking how much I do love them. And it might be a very small amount. Like, maybe I do dislike some parts of Call of Duty. But in a way, something about me is, like, I'm more interested in the small amount that I do like it than the amount that I dislike it. And that's not, like, some kind of, like, everybody should do this mentality. But, like, I guess I'm not that interested in disliking games. Like... I guess it's just kind of this viewpoint where, like, I see things as, like, things I could potentially get into versus, like, I don't know, I get, maybe I've just gotten into maybe I've had enough perspective shifts as somebody who used to just, like, have no interest in action-adventure games and then become a huge fan of them. Maybe at this point I just don't write things off, and I just say, like, oh, maybe someday I'll get the appeal of that. I guess maybe that kind of perspective is just ingrained in me. It's not that I think you have to dislike to like, it's more like... I guess in a way, tastes are very interesting to me. Tastes are very interesting. Tastes are very interesting to me is what it is. Personal tastes are very interesting to me. Yeah, I mean... being insecure and then being chill is definitely a pipeline. Being insecure and then having a life-changing experience and then being more open-minded sounds like a pipeline. Yeah, I think my sister really was into the whole atheism thing. For me, it was like a quick thing where I was like, yeah, I'm just like Edward Elric, and then I moved on. Like, it wasn't a big enough part of my life to like dedicate myself to fighting it. Whereas she was like, I'm not going to my confirmation. And I was like, I don't give a crap about my confirmation. I'm just going to go. Like, it just didn't matter to me that much. Because it just wasn't a very big part of my life. But she was the cool Lisa Simpson, where she, like, got into her causes in middle school. Whereas I was just like, I like Fire Emblem. The biggest moment of my youth was, I like Marth in Brawl, or Melee. What if I liked Marth in RPG? And then it was like do 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 do. The challenger approaches. I was like, I'm done. I'm not expanding my mind anymore. This is it. The home stretch. We're so close. We're gonna make it. Yeah. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I was holding you back. I need to learn to trust you. It's not your fault. I tried to leave you behind. And honestly, I've been trying to leave you behind my entire life. I'm sorry. I wish I could try to understand you sooner. I was too proud or stubborn or something. We wasted so much time and energy. At last, we're finally talking about it. Yeah. I'm glad the mountain brought you out. I think we can move past this. If we can climb this mountain together, we can do anything. What if we don't make it? I'd be okay with that. You would? Of course. I'm just glad we're trying. That is another sneaky important line. I feel like her most important moments are not the ones given the most story focus. Like, she has these explosions of progress, and then she has these random other moments where she's like, okay, you know what, screw it, I'm trying something new. Okay, actually my perspective changed. It takes like 5 replays to catch the most important changes. And of course, that's probably internalizing what Theo told her yesterday. But then Theo is also like, completing it would feel good, so let's finish it. Actually, I never even noticed that. She pretty much gave up on the idea, like, or she became way less, like, you know, rigid about it right at the end. And then Battle Line's like, actually, let's just get the dopamine. Or probably more like that thing that Olympians get, that heroin replicates. Let's get that heroin. Oh no, that is a horror story in one sentence, Vanessa. It's so hard. Yeah, I think I disagree with this quote, but my jazz teacher once said, or you know, quoted a jazz musician who said, we don't know what we like what we know. And I disagree with that. I very, very much disagree with that. I actually strongly disagree with that. I think personal tastes are really interesting because they're so arbitrary. And like, I was just talking about earlier today, like, do I like 2D games because of Smash, or do I like Smash because of 2D games? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I literally don't know. But to me, just the idea that there's some arbitrary part of my brain that enjoys 2D games more than 3D games, that's kind of cool. I don't know. Like, it could change. I mean, it has changed. I used to like JRPGs the most, but I just find it cool people are different. I like individuality. Like, that's literally it. That's literally it. I don't mean to get so deep about stuff. I just think it's cool to learn about yourself by learning about what you like. Because I feel like if there's such thing as a soul, like, if there's such thing as a soul, I feel like it's a personal wavelength, and it's like a series of really, really arbitrary things that turn out to be you. Like, if you put your soul wavelength into like a Jello pool, and then like all of these cells turn different colors just at random, like there's no rhyme or reason, the pattern of colors that your soul wavelength turns to jelly, if it's different from somebody else's, then that's proof that we're unique. I just feel like there's a, like, I just have this strong feeling that like when it comes to chance and it comes to luck and randomness, and it goes differently for different people, I feel like that's so cool. Not like, I lost the lottery, I was born poor, that made me different. Not that at all. I mean like the most irrelevant stuff. Like, I like blue and you like orange. Why? I don't know. But I feel like that's so mundane that it really to me points to this idea of like individuality in a very, very deep spiritual way. Because like, why? Of course there might not be a reason, but if you look at somebody's life and all the bullshit, like random, like, I liked Tonka trucks instead of the other trucks, and it was not a factor of my environment, it's because I like yellow. Like, that sort of random stuff, you look at that throughout somebody's whole life, especially similar people, and the different ways that they turn out, and I'm like, well, I feel like that randomness is what makes them different. The things that aren't a factor of their environment, just the random BS. Like, the way that your nerves turn out, the way that all your cells turn out, like, anything with randomness, you look back at that, you look at like, you know, it's like a seed for a randomizer. You look at that seed, and I'm like, that's a soul to me. So yeah. Purposefully constructed. That's really interesting. My purpose is like purpose in construction is just me like putting myself out there to try more new things. But then it always comes down to testing, like, how much do I like them? How much can I get to like them? Like, some things take quickly, sometimes take a long time, and then don't go anywhere. Sometimes things take a while, then you find out that you do have a strong connection. Like, I feel like, to me, there is like ultimately a randomness. But if you put yourself out there and get like your draw on how much you like electro bluegrass, then you'll know. If you don't try electro bluegrass, you'll never know. But the degree to which you like electro bluegrass after listening to it is definitely a factor in what your ear's already been attuned to. But I feel like there's still some randomness, in my opinion, in my belief, there's some randomness. And it's the most innocent, innocuous randomness ever. Yeah, good point, Noreen. Theo is also important for the other theme. I guess for me, like, the most, like, innocuous, random ways to, like, show individuality are kind of, like, my favorite. Like, favorite colors and stuff. Even if it's just neurons or whatever, I don't know that I ultimately care. Because why are my neurons different than yours? There's always a bit of randomness, and that makes it a little bit more magical. This seems harder suddenly. I just want the strawberry! All I wanted was the strawberry! The aesthetic principles we want to have. Yeah, wanting to have is interesting too. I certainly notice when I'm kind of like following some external pressure about like what I think would be cool to like, right? Like, you know, it'd be cool if I liked this. Catching that's important because I feel like that can preempt a lot of burnout if you don't end up forming the genuine connection. Oh crap. Ugh. Any of y'all like drum and bass music? Anyone like drum and bass music? Alright. That's how we get up. Wait. On what part? Do you like drum and bass music? I guess in a way, I feel the drum and bass to shmup connection, but wow, it is funny what random things you and I are connecting on if that's the case. It's like really, really fast-paced electronic music, is my impression. Like, drums being fast percussion, and I think bass being electronic synths? I don't know. I listened to one album back when dubstep was like really popular. I think it was that order of things, because I was definitely there when Deadmau5 and Skrillex were really big in middle school, and I did like their big songs, so I tried some electronic music. And I had this one album that's really well loved from a group called Pendulum. And like, I would listen to it and like zone out while playing my Minecraft mods, and that was fun. But I didn't connect with it very deeply. Randomly, completely randomly, I opened it up a second time I think, oh, actually, yeah, I'll reveal why pretty soon. I randomly opened it up because of a game thing, and like 10 years later, or over 10 years later, and I was like, ooh, I really feel this now. Maybe something about video game music softened me up more to it, but I've been enjoying the heck out of it. I've been enjoying the beans off of it. It was just a completely random event. I suddenly have so many more feelings about that genre now. Japanese uplifting trance sounds really nice. Japanese uplifting trance. I kind of need to be in a Japanese uplifting trance. I've been wanting like zone out music that's like more like warm than like eerie. And I'm in Japan. I believe I know that as a meme. Hold up, my Pico 8 senses are tingling. I once had an experience in Pico 8 that prepared me for this. Of course, I've also done this like 7 times, but that's besides the point. Pico 8 taught me there's always a choice. Okay, here's a question, everybody. What sort of games would you like to see streamed? Like, if you could pick the next stream, it's already been picked. If you could pick the next stream, what would you want? Everybody, anybody can pick this. What would be an interesting stream to you? I will probably keep this in mind for the future, but I do currently have plans for like the transition to spring. There's no need to be kind, because I'm already going to do whatever I want to do. Tea, ice cream, and donut? Congratulations. Otsukare-sama deshita. On to the next thing. Donkey Kong Country 2! Okay, that's epic. Thank you for saying that. I don't know if you saw, I did a thread on private about actually, I've been playing a little bit of Returns actually, and I've been enjoying it, so the jungle beat is finally back in me. DKC2 is definitely on the radar for this year. Oh. Huh. Oh, I'd still like to listen to that. Upbeat trance is definitely some kind of thing. I can't say I understand it, but I think I've seen it. Yeah, I've been on a really good kick for a long time that I think is a big part of my channel content. Of just like kind of following my taste through things. Like I've been following music this way for years. I'm always looking for something new that's branching out from what I like, and maybe I'm running in circles, but it's always new, to me at least. And games have become that way where I am always picking up something new, or revealing something that I've already liked that usually I'm not repeating. Usually I'm not like repeating too much stuff on the channel. Although, repeating also sounds very appealing. Celeste, in case. The Messenger! Alright, I don't think either of you are going to be disappointed this year. I don't know if I'm going to stream those games, but I'll probably get so into them that it's a possibility. I guess I'm kind of doing like a unofficial Metroidvania break, because I played so many in the fall, and I know that Tales of Kinsera is coming out. So it's very likely I won't play a new Metroidvania till the summer. Very likely. Right now, I'm just kind of like fine on the idea. All Hasunosora translation streams. Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly kicking up the language, so we'll see what ends up coming of that. Ugh. You know what? If I go back to America prematurely, I'm gonna be working so hard to get into that I might end up doing like Monday night streams at my dad's house or something, where I'm like, hey yo, Translation Tuesday. Like every single week. If I had weeknights, ooh, when I get my hands on you. It's actually a funny thought. That's actually a really funny thought. At first I was like, all I want are weekends. All I want are times. Look, no, I want weeknights. I want weeknights. I want weekends to myself. But like, when I get weeknight streams, ooh, when I get you, oh. Whew. 7? When did you play the Messenger, Amber? Or when is the last time you played it? I think I need a super mountain snack. Yeah, my stomach literally gurgled. I'm getting a snack. Which actually will take 2 minutes, so sorry. the game is a little bit too loud. Mildly. Ah. $2021, so that was pretty fresh in your mind when you recommended it to me. Yeah, Messenger and Toho are pretty likely to be my Metroidvanias this year, besides, like, you know, indie ones. I mean, what? Besides new ones? Besides new and smaller ones. I mean, like, of, like, the Metroidvania, like, legends. Tadaima. Four. I don't need any foresight. I'm very curious. In the, so this is a level 4 with foresight. In the ending of the top 23 games of the year video, I began the last entry with a sentence that used the names of every game in the top 6 or so. That's how that goes. I'm so curious if anybody caught what I did to represent Pikmin 4. I'm very curious, because it wasn't easy. Someone did! Yeah, I'm thinking about playing Luna Nights this year. I treated that like a feather and just held my stick up. I did it twice. Wow. That's exciting. I've been getting that way with more games recently. Something really clicked, actually. I don't know when, but some game I played and I was like, completing this is fun. Kirby Forgotten Land was definitely one of them. I used to feel like a chore before. I used to really be all about that, like, I did it, but like Between Worlds, Mario Wonder, it's so hard to not complete them. It's like actively difficult to not complete them. It's so fun too. Kirby Forgotten Land, Link Between Worlds. I might rank most completable games sometime. It was very subtle. I put a lot of intention into it, but it was like blink and you'll miss it. Ah! Have you played Luna Nights, Nathan? Ah. Why am I guess I know why. I was very disoriented to still be sticking. Oh! Luna Nights Book Club? Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask, are bullet hells like your favorite genre? I was only like slowly putting together the pieces that you like are very knowledgeable about the rather niche genre of bullet hells and playing lots of them. And potentially bought a 360 for them? Or maybe there were other games? I don't know. It's so much fun. I can't believe you did that. I've never been brave enough to do the big cuckoo. I just do like to the heart piece. Yeah, that's probably gonna be a fun one to stream because I've played one other game by that team and it's so electric. It's so short, it's so electric. Yeah, Luna Knights, other Ladybug games, and like Megavolt games. Like there might be some really fun, like really intense, like frenetic action short game streams in the future. Luna Knights is probably 2 streams, but the other ones are all definitely just 1 stream. Huh. Oh, thanks for saying that, Noreen. That would be legendary. I didn't really know that there was any interest, but I've thought about it because I want to make it special when I play it for a second time. It's gonna be very crazy when I play it for a second time. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's cool. No, it was such a random whim that I tried out shmups. And it's super fun to know somebody who really likes them. Somebody who is... Sorry. Not, so somebody who... Somebody whose vibes I trust quite a lot. Yeah, that would be crazy, Noreen. We might get new Deltarune this year. I'd be very happy to stream that. But Undertale, that would be legendary. I would do that really... I would put a lot of magic into that. Oh, that'd be really fun to play it for you. It'd be very fun to play it for people who might not play it otherwise. Yeah, like... I'm so curious, like... Do people want this, like, D-pad angle input thing, or is it a mistake? Because it is, like, really wild. Like, it seems mostly consistent when you want it, but I do keep messing up with it. Really? Wow! We should talk about that sometime. Or, like, what was the angle? What was the angle? Yeah, what was the angle? So good. Link Between Worlds is such therapy. I tried to kickstart a Zelda phase because like Wind Waker was being really fun. So I played a little Link Between Worlds and it was so good. I was like listening to YouTube and doing completionism. That and Mario Wonder frequently make me say like, oh crap, I'm gonna run out of content because like I just want to be playing all the time. And it's like, it doesn't feel like completionism used to feel so stressful. Like Liz had to stop me when I was playing Majora's Mask because I found out there was like, oh, there was Wind Waker and Majora's, and I was like just slogging through getting all of the fairies in Great Bay Temple, and then I found out there were Tingle statues to get to 100% Wind Waker, and I was like, this sucks. And Liz was like, are you having fun? And I'm like, maybe. That was a big moment, and ever since then, like, I tried to like never play a level twice in Kirby Robobot and Triple Deluxe. But now I do, because, like, it can be fun. Like, I think, to be honest, like, I wasn't very good at, like, stopping when I wasn't having fun. Whereas, like, I want to play these Donkey Kong levels 7 times, and if I don't want to, I won't. Oh my god, that'd be super cool. Oh my god, I would love to share Undertale with people. I think I could do it. Because even though I've only played it once, I had it pretty much shared with me. I was like, did like a guided playthrough. It sits in my heart. Special guest, the 6th grader who kins Sans. Persistence. Really? Thought I could force myself like Kansai. Yeah. So it goes. Deltarune. Oh, did I say Link to the Past? What was my reasoning? My only comparison I can currently think of is, Link Between Worlds for completionist reasons. Did I have a point about that? We actually did it. I can't believe it. Wow, it's so beautiful. Look how far we've come. I'm glad I got to see this before I... Well, you know, before I... Oh, right. When we leave the mountain, you won't be able to come talk to me anymore. At least not like this. Yeah, I know we need to go home eventually. But it'll be scary to lose this body. You still exist, though. You were part of me before. Yeah, I know. But I'm gonna have to depend on you to listen to me. Even if I can't talk to you in person anymore. I just can't go back to how it was before. Before the mountain. Don't worry, I can't go back to that either. I really want us to work together from now on. I believe you. But I'm still nervous. So now what? Let's just enjoy this for a bit. Yeah. Patchy, 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 patchy. Look at those sparkly stars. This game, really beautiful. Really, really good. I think it is on the lower end of my A- tier in my heart, but like, it's cut from such good cloth. It is always going to have competition. It's always going to have a place among the most loved games that I love. And it's fun to stream it. It's really, really fun to stream it for people. I mean, I wouldn't have done it 3 years in a row if it wasn't. Yippee! I would love to bring in some voice acting assistants for Undertale. I think I could currently spin a wicked web as to why Mario Wonder feels like Super Metroid or A Link to the Past. I probably was talking about completionism, like I just was now. I probably was talking about enjoying the completion process so much of A Link Between Worlds and Mario Wonder. Because even just like this month, I've been just like completing them. Oh yeah, everything. I mean, the company name got changed. It used to be named after her dead name. The company used to literally be called her dead name. Like it was in the name. So a lot of stuff has been updated. Which is complicated because there's like publisher information on the eShop and everything. Cider donuts. All right. I don't know if I have much more in me. Kind of want to get a move on. Gotta make lunch. That's weird. I guess, yeah, having 4 weeks would have been really good. But, we beat a seaside. We beat a seaside. Thank you, thank you. This was, let's see. It's yearly. 2018, yes. 2019, no. 2020? Yes. Yeah. No. No. 2021, yes. 2022, yes. 2023, yes. 2024, yes. I've played this game 5 times? Yeah, 6th year anniversary 5 times? Wait, that doesn't add up again. Whatever. I've played this game 5 times. Huh. Yeah. Happy Celeste month, everybody. God, that was a good Celeste month. That was another good one. We've done it twice, so now it's a tradition. But not one that I'm going to force myself to do every year. I mean, it'll always be Celeste month, whether or not I stream it. Welcome back. Megalania! Did you make it to the summit? Yeah, we did. It was incredible. Beautiful, isn't it? I didn't think it'd be worth it. But it totally was. I should have given you my phone so you could have taken the ultimate selfie. Yeah, with your doppelganger self. Something to look at whenever you're having intrusive thoughts. Good evening, everyone. What are you doing here? A little bird told me there was to be a party. There was to be a party. RSVP by bird. Positively magical. But if I am unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Please stay, Mr. Oshido. It's good to see you. The one thing about a prequel is that, I guess that would make it even more green. Well, no, the sequel will be green because it'd be Theo. But no, Theo's green, his grandpa might be green. Also, his grandpa might just look like him, is what I realized. Yeah, that would be really cool. But I think the Celestial Resort would be a much bigger deal if there was a prequel. And this is the first time I've seen you outside that hotel of yours, Oshido. I'm glad you made it. Megalania here is baking us a pie with all the strawberries she's been collecting. That's actually I've heard people say that they feel like there's not enough payoff for strawberries, but I think this is a pretty decent payoff. It's like the Luigi's Mansion way of doing it, which is shockingly rewarding, and I have beat that game 13 times. True. I can't promise to live up to the hype, but I tried my best. That's nice. It's done a lot. I've had to like workshop November and January because they're my least favorite months. How's it taste? Ayy. I feel like you get a different pie depending on your number of strawberries. Maybe? I wish you did. That'd be a pretty good idea. Maybe it's after this. This is so tasty. That's true. I mean, if this makes her happy. I guess she said that she's fine at her job. She's not looking for a job, but I was gonna say, maybe she's not a mountain climber, but maybe she is a strawberry collector. I want to say you get different things. 6 hours? Is that right? I don't know. Well, the book will have it till I play next year. Megalania, one of the least accomplished files I have. Yep, we got the peak. We got the game. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Although I suppose you'd have to go back to it after you unlock the golden strawberries. Being an adult gives you food. I like to think I'm still an adult when I'm streaming. This is my adult thing. One of them. This is a part of adulting. Alright, well I think I'll close that book. Very average. We don't really have our numbers from last year because she's gone crazy. But I want to at least touch a golden strawberry. Yeah, I don't know if this is the mode for me. I die a lot. And I don't even mind it. Oh, but look at it. It's a golden strawberry. It's my first time holding one. It's got a crown that rotates. I feel like I'm watching a child. It's actually interesting, isn't it? Playing more carefully. This will be me during Emmy Day 2027 playing like the insta-death modes. If the music were better. That was heartbreaking. Oh, let's you retry though. Yeah, but that takes a while. Yeah, if the music were better, I'd probably still be replaying Metroid Dread. Although, I mean, I could let it relax a little bit and just play it once a year. But yeah, I played that game so much and I got so tired of it. I mean, not so tired of it, but I yearn for more. Really? Oh, I bet. I don't think I'll be doing it. I guess this is our D-side. This is our 2029 content. What was new this year? I think Core B-side was technically new this year. So I think 1C and 2B were new this year. This song is good. This song is good. I saw people have convinced themselves on Twitter that if we got Nintendo Kart with like a crossover theme, with like Mario Kart with a crossover theme, and it was all different Nintendo series, that it would be all like World 1s from each game. And people like really convinced themselves of this to the point where they were like, you're a deluded baby if you believe that the Green Greens game would be worth playing. Like, admit it. We're just gonna get the World 1 of every single game that enters. And it's like, I think the game designers would have enough self-awareness to not do that. And like, even if they did, like, okay, yeah, Kirby Green Greens, that'd be a bit boring. Garden of Hope, that'd be very green. But like, there's ways to make that work. And if you're gonna make a crossover theme, why not make two different, like, we already had the issue of like a city course for every single part of the world. Like, oh, that's not true. We already had the issue of too many city courses. I think they can handle a handful. Screw this. I think they can handle a handful of World 1s. Like, I don't know. People were so confident about that, but I like disagree. Like, A, I don't think they're gonna trap themselves into that. B, I think they can make it fun. Like, yeah, it's fair that I've never heard anybody say that before, but like, I don't think it sinks the ship. Also, like, oh no, frigate Orpheon, we're just drowning in World 1s here. Like, what? Whoops. Yeah. I think that's kind of the magic of Celeste and Hollow Knight 2, is I just always come back to them and get better. You'd be shocked how much just coming back to it a year later does for your reflexes and stuff. All right, well. Right, like, if Mario Kart was a crossover, people have convinced themselves that every single series, like, its course would be like a very generic introduction to the series. Like, Kirby would get Green Greens, Pikmin would get Garden of Hope, that kind of thing. But, like, I just don't think it's that bad. Like, I just don't think it would be that bad. Like, Zelda would get Hyrule Castle, Hyrule Field, something really generic. It's like, yeah, but like, no. Like, Kirby would get like a Fountain of Dreams thing, or like a cool halberd, like, chase sequence. And like Metroid Prime, like, its first level's not uncool. Garden of Hope is chill, and I think we can take that. I don't know, people were really telling each other that it was like the objective truth that like Nintendo Kart would be so bad, but like, I think a crossover game would be pretty cool. I do hunger, the children yearn for a new Mario Kart, and I am among them. That's true. Like, no Donut Island. Donut Plains is like World 2. That's true. Yeah. What is it? It's Yoshi's Island. What is the first level of Super Mario World? Yoshi's Island. You know what? I know what silly thing I'm gonna do last. Good night, Megalania. Very, very good times with you. I'm gonna go die over and over again in Super Mario World. That's my God-given right. Watch how good I am at this game. Right? Stage 1's can be so good. I was actually just remarking how, like, Donkey Kong Country Returns is really generic, but I really enjoy, like, I really enjoy how well it sells, like, the basic appeal. Would I want it twice? Not at all. But I was just really enjoying, like, the generic-ass jungle level, you know? It's not like something to aspire to, but it can be done. Yeah, they just skipped it. But I won't. I'm still on Yoshi's Island. No, I'm on Donut Oh, never mind. Never mind. Do I have... No. I've oof. Well, I'll tell you, I've played this level a couple times. I can do this. No, I'll let you believe that you're safe until the next Celeste month. I'll call you up, like, not even on stream. Just, like, haunt you while you're, like, doing whatever. Doing the laundry next year. Where's my, there we go. There's my spin jump. I saw people call spin jump bad yesterday. I disagree. I think it's the most fun. I am the worst person. I am the Nintendo fan. I cause all of the problems in the world. Ah. Get over here. Ah. You'll never stop me in my dinosaur coin. Everyone in the chat like, I want a Mario World stream. I want a Mario World stream. I want a Mario World stream. Forget about what I said. Forget about Undertale. I'm just that good at this game. Get over here. I am like chronically bad at Mario because I am so impatient. Embarrassing things happen. There's no level too easy for me. I can humiliate myself anytime, any place. The same goes for Mario World. I have played 30 hours of it. Or Mario Wonder. I have played 30 hours of it. How many dinosaur coins are there? I wish there was like a... There are 5 and like fill in them as you go. But I suppose if it pioneered the concept, it's understandable to just not do that. I've never had him poop a mushroom? That's new. See you! Actually, Nathan's good morning with me. Hee. Thanks for coming. That was sick to see you. See you soon. Ice climbers double dash. So, the idea is that in this game, spin dash has a function. Like, it lets you go over spikes and maybe some other dangerous things, but it became a staple even though it lost that mechanic. So people are saying that it's like not the better of the 2 jumps, like it's just worse than the normal jump, which is probably due to like control or something, but I think it's great because it's fun and they always make it fun and it always makes me happy. So they're wrong, I'm right. I am the worst person. But there's never 3. Oh, it did do the dragon coin count. One more level, because I'm so good at games. I find this level so good. Like, it's shockingly easy to land on these things. They made it look like hard, but then it's easy, and that's very encouraging. We die. We live. This is a C+ tier gaming experience for me. Not that I think it's a bad game, just that I love it a C+ amount, and I have much less to say about it than I do Celeste, except for I'm having fun. Wee! See? Spin jump is the best jump because it feels good. Right here. Bam. Bam. I'm the best platformer of all time. No, no. Can't have that. Easiest game. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Seems important. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is where it all began. This was the first Celeste. Ice climbers, yeah, they're carving out G. I probably haven't. I bet they're an effigy. One more level. This was the first Celeste. This was Theo's grandfather. The mountain changed a lot. Geography, you know. Theo's grandfather was Mario. Ah. Alright. Level used to kick my ass. Okay. Now we gotta finish it for real. We must move on with our days. Oh, so I might as well announce next week's stream. I haven't figured out what channel it's going to be on, but next week I'm going to do my first ever collaborative stream. Like my first ever collaborative stream ever. I am going to play Splatoon 1 with my friend Max. We planned this for a bit. Splatoon 1 is going to lose its online servers soon, at least the official ones, in April. And I haven't played very much of it. So we're going to do a collab stream. Everything going well. I thought my Splatoon 1 disc was actually broken for a bit, and then I found out that it does work, so we planned the stream. And yeah, that'll be different. It might be on my channel, it might be on his, it might be on both at once. There might be 2 chats. We might have to go to his channel to get there, but I will do some kind of link or something to show it. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed watching Mario World. Anytime. Yeah. Yeah. Continental Drift made it what it is today. You understand. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. And it is the very, very first collab stream ever. Alrighty. Well, I will see you all soon. I will see you all soon on the battlefield. And then tune in next week to find out what I'm going to stream after I get home from my vacation, which will make me take a weekend off, the second weekend of February. My February game doesn't begin until the third weekend of February. Alright, peace. See y'all soon.